Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, February 5th, 2025, and we're convening this hearing in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is 9:33 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. This hearing is the committee's first performance oversight hearing for fiscal year 2025. Over the coming weeks, we will convene several additional performance oversight hearings with the leadership of the agencies in the economic clusters that the committee oversees. On Friday, February 7th, we will hear from Events DC, as well as the Public Service Commission and the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. On Wednesday, February 12th, the committee will hear from Destination DC, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, and the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. On February 19th, the committee will hear from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, and the Department of Small and Local Business Development. And on February 26th, the committee will hear from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the Office of the People's Counsel, as well as the Office of Nightlife and Culture. But today, we start with our public witness testimony that will help guide the committee's inquiries of those various agencies in our cluster. The agency leadership coming to testify before the committee in the days ahead should expect to prepare answers to the specific questions and concerns, critiques raised by our public witnesses today. As we hear feedback on how district government has performed and how we can improve overall performance of various district government agencies, I thank all of today's witnesses for making time to give testimony to the committee. For today's performance oversight hearing, we will hear testimony from public witnesses on the following agencies: the Office of the People's Counsel, Office of Lottery and Gaming, the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, Office of Nightlife and Culture, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Department of Small and Local Business Development, Public Service Commission, and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. As a reminder, this hearing is reserved for only public witnesses. Public witnesses who testify will each have 3 minutes to testify. And I asked all participants to please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. We have witnesses testifying in person as well as virtually. Additionally, we have over 80 witnesses signed up to testify today, with another committee's performance oversight hearing to follow ours. Out of respect for each of these witnesses and my colleagues, I am not going to sort of move around on the witness list. Rather, call individuals from an earlier part of the list if they're not present when their name is called on the list. As always, the committee invites all witnesses to submit written testimony on the council's HMS page. On the council's hearing management system page. First, we're going to hear testimony about the Office of the People's Counsel, or OPC. OPC is an independent agency of district government. By law, the office advocates for consumers of natural gas, electric, telephone, and water services. OPC also represents the interests of district utility ratepayers before the DC Public Service Commission, federal regulators, as well as the courts. The office is mandated to conduct consumer education and outreach and may also choose to represent individual consumers with complaints related to their utility service and bills. With that, I'm going to call our first public witnesses. Again, I ask that participants who are joining us virtually please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Robert Vincent Branham, good morning. It's good to see you. We also have good morning, Mr. Branham. Thank you for joining us here in person at the Wilson Building. You can begin your testimony when you are all settled, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Robert Benson Branham, and I am pleased to present this oversight testimony regarding the Office of the People's Counsel. As you indicated, the mission of the Office of the People's Counsel is to advocate for the provision of safe and reliable quality utility service and equitable treatment of rates for climate change policies that transition the district to clean energy, economy, and sustainable environment, assist individual consumers in disputes with utility providers and other utility-related concerns. One pivotal element of OPC's work is community outreach. In this arena is where OPC's light brightly shines. There are few community events I have attended where the OPC did not have a presence to outreach to the public. It is clear Director Sandra Fry and her team have a crisp, clear, and concise understanding of the OPC's mission and retain high respect from residents of the district. Having expressed my admiration for the accomplishments of OPC, permit me to a brief seconds to relay recent experiences with one district utility, DC Water. During the recent wintry weather snap on January 21, my home lost running water. I remember this day as if it were my birthday, because it was. According to a DC Water service technician, the meter outside my home had frozen. The issue was outside my home, not within. Over 2 days, I made several service calls to DC Water, and each time DC Water responded. On his last service visit, DC Water offered to replace the frozen meter. I could hear the water flowing. Soon after, water flowed throughout my home like a mighty stream. I want to commend DC Water, from Chairwoman Unique Morris Hughes to the service technicians who responded and the call takers at DC Water Command Center. Mr. Chairman, I realize this performance oversight hearing does not have DC Water under its jurisdiction. However, I just thought I'd take a little time and give some thanks, not only to OPC, but also to DC Water. And I thank you for your time.
And I thank you for your testimony. Mr. Branham, I really appreciate you coming down to share that with us. I know that the Office of People's Counsel over the years has had its authority in terms of engaging with consumers and the utilities expanded. You mentioned some of its work around DC Water. How would you rate the agency's performance generally in terms of engaging with consumers and making sure that they're advocating on their behalf as they engage with utilities?
OPC?
Yes.
OPC does, I believe, a yeoman's job in advocating on behalf of the public. I've attended several of their public sessions and outreach information forums where they have actually gone out and listened to residents, and they receive the concerns and suggestions and comments from residents.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. We usually hear, really good feedback from constituents about the Office of People's Counsel, their ability to engage, their presence within the community. But are there any areas where you think they could stand to improve the agency's performance?
Well, I'm sure they could use additional staff to continue to broaden the scope of their outreach.
Okay, I mean, it's a really tight fiscal year. I'm not sure if that's necessarily in the cards. I appreciate you advocating for
You
that.
ask.
Um, but I'll take that into consideration. Maybe that'll be one of the requests that we hear from them when the agency testifies
Yes.
before the committee. So
Yeah.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony. If you could, if you don't mind, if you have an opportunity to submit your testimony electronically, we'd
I
appreciate it.
certainly will.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it.
Likewise.
And you did good work yesterday.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Next, we're going to hear testimony about the Office of Lottery and Gaming, or OLG, as it's referred to. OLG regulates the sale of gaming products and charitable gaming activities in the District of Columbia. OLG, over its history, has awarded more than $3 billion in prizes and transferred more than $2 billion to the district's general fund, which supports essential services. It has also helped raise more than $130 million for nonprofits through the licensing of charitable gaming activities in the district. They're also in charge of oversight of sports betting within the District of Columbia. And so I'm going to call our public witnesses who signed up to testify about this agency. And again, ask participants to please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. We had two witnesses who signed up to testify virtually, and we're going to turn to them now. Jason Kong is the only witness who appears to be available at this time, so I'm going to turn to you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. I'll make a call for Rajendra Hundal, who also signed up to testify, but is not present at this time. So we're, as I stated earlier, if we make a call for witnesses and they're not present or they decline to testify at the time in which we call them, we're going to keep moving forward with the list out of respect for the other witnesses, both who are present in person at the Wilson Building to testify, as well as those who wait patiently online for their names to be called. So next, we're going to call Arthur Slade, who has joined us in person today. And I would ask that Idris Abdullah accept the invitation to join as a virtual panelist while we hear from Arthur Slade in person. And good morning to you. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Good morning to you
Mr.
as well.
Slade, you begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade, Vice President of AFSCME Local 2743. In August of 2024, the Commissioner's Suite was renovated. The agency also purchased new Cisco phones. On November 14th, 2024, an all-staff retreat was conducted on the campus of Gallaudet University, where concerns were raised anonymously by union employees of DSB's accountability regarding the conduct of MSS employees, which appeared to be intentionally suppressed and went unaddressed. Moreover, in December of 2024, DSB contracted for the installation of electronically raised ergonomic desk. It is my understanding that the contract for these desks was approximately $300,000. The expenditures outlined above highlights the agency's commitment to spending, just not in the accordance with the working conditions portion of the CBA. In reviewing the agency's appendices from the 2 prior performance oversight hearings for FY22 to FY23 and FY23 to FY24, it was noted that the working conditions portion of the CBA was not included within DSB's document submissions. The working conditions portion of the CBA affords union members compensation for additional duties. This matter is being brought before the committee as the union has members who perform criminal investigations that are referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office and the OAG. Disby management will not compensate these union members in accordance with the working conditions portion of the CBA. Therefore, the union is seeking remedy through PERB. The union would argue that the proper classification of 5 FTEs in accordance with the Office of Personnel Criminal Investigation Series 1811 would cost approximately $50,000 and/or $100,000 per member. Excuse me, in the aggregate for the additional duties, which the members perform and have performed over the last several years. The estimate figure is inclusive of fringe benefits for which the District of Columbia contributes. PERB has issued 2 unfair labor practice decisions against Disby for violation of DC Code 161704A4. The first was an initial determination that Disby committed an unfair labor practice, and the second was the denial of a motion for reconsideration upholding PERB's initial findings. See the attachment with PERB opinions 1864 and 1876. Moreover, PERB has granted a petition for enforcement of the above referenced PERB decisions. See attachment 3, PERB opinion number 1902. The current state of affairs at Disby is comparable to the fairy tale of Cinderella, where the stepmother forces Cinderella into servitude, making her work day and night, doing menial chores without an invitation to attend the royal ball. The Cinderella parable represents several union employees at Disby who are the protagonist for this instance. Moreover, these fairy tales were constructed to inform the populace of what's going on in government. In closing, I would like to thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for the opportunity to present my testimony this morning. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Ms. Slay, I appreciate your testimony. I just want to make sure I have an understanding of, and I appreciate you submitting it too. Are you asserting that these expenses that you mentioned that Disby authorized are improper? Are you asserting that some of the expenses skirt the working conditions component of the union CBA? Are you talking about non-union members or positions being improperly classified, or something else altogether? If you could, and concisely, let me know what the concern is.
Well, the concern is that I have union members housed at Disby that are working outside of their classification. And from the onset of their particular duties, they do criminal investigation. So it would seem to me that correct classification would be in order, not reclassification. The expenditures were just highlighted to show that the agency is in the process or has been using funds to reorganize or renovate the property, which is a rental property. And that's outlined in my testimony, which I submitted. So my concern is that, number one, these 5 FTEs are doing criminal investigations and not being compensated accordingly, and we're having to go through PERB to try to get that remedy.
Right, and you in mentioning PERB, with respect to the unfair labor practice complaint, it's my understanding from the department's responses to the committee's pre-hearing questions that after many steps in the complaint process on January 27th of this year, the Public Employee Relations Board issued an order that denied the union's request for disciplinary action against management officials, but it did grant the union's petition to pay the employee an arbitrary 7% performance allowance plus interest and post a violation notice for 30 days.
That is
however, the department plans to appeal, I think it's important to note, to the Superior Court, but that is an accurate.
Yeah, that's an accurate assessment. However, I would argue that the argument about the non-payment still circumvents the fact that an unfair labor practice was committed and confirmed by the board, not only the hearing examiner, but the board, and the agency has refused to post any postings in accordance with DC code that this unfair labor practice, occurred itself. And that begs the question, if you're charged with the regulatory compliance of financial services in the District of Columbia, how can you do that when you can't follow the code yourself?
Plus interest and a post of a violation. So let me ask you this, in terms of posting a violation notice, you said that they refused to do that?
Yes.
Is that because the decision of the PERB is pending appeal? Or is it,
You would have to ask the agency heads.
we'll ask them.
Yeah,
I
because.
just wanted to know if you
Because,
had an
well,
understanding of
well,
what that process
right,
typically
but
means.
there's two separate issues. I think they're going to appeal based on the code. It's my understanding their position is that the code will not allow for them to make that payment to the member.
Mhm.
However, that doesn't circumvent the basis of the board's decisions, which are threefold now, that an unfair labor practice was committed. And they have refused to post notices that they will not retaliate against employees
Right. So
for.
let me
protected
ask you what
activity.
your understanding is, and we'll we'll ask the agency for sure. That's why I appreciate you
fine.
coming down to
No
testify
problem.
and
No
letting
problem.
us know. But is your understanding that if the order includes, as a part of the order, that they post a notice of a violation for 30 days, is your understanding that they're supposed to do that immediately after the order is issued, or that there is some forbearance, if you will, in terms of the time that they have to post that, posted if the order is being appealed? Do you have any understanding of whether that process?
Well, the process itself you're talking about a process that took from 2022, from the initial hearing, the complaint, going on to the initial findings of the hearing examiner, to the decision from.
I understand.
Right. But my understanding is that they are going to appeal.
Okay.
However, I would argue that that's something separate,
And
okay?
they
It's an
still
argument
could
that you
post. Got it.
you cannot pay the money,
Right.
but you still committed an unfair labor practice.
I understand. I understand. I think you made that point very clearly, and I appreciate you coming down to provide that
problem.
testimony. So thank you.
Thank you for having me, and as always, I'd like to thank you for your leadership and, just trying to make a collaborative relationship.
I appreciate your testimony over the years and that of your colleagues in the union. I know things had improved
Yes.
and had been, I think, going pretty well over the last couple of years under Commissioner Woods' leadership. So I'm disappointed to hear about this, but we will certainly raise this when she appears before us, I believe on Friday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next witness is Idris Abdullah. Does not appear to be with us virtually, so we're going to move to the Office of Nightlife and Culture. And the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture serves as the liaison between nightlife establishments, residents, and the district government. The office is charged with developing a safe, vibrant nightlife culture and collaborating with the district government agencies to address promptly any issues that arise in the community. With that, I'd like to call our witnesses who are going to testify about that agency and turn to I'm going to call John Guggenmoos, Chair of DC Nightlife Council, who's here with us this morning, and thank you for joining us. And how about Raphael Melk? Is Raphael Melk present? Signed up to testify in person, but is not present. I also want to note that we've been joined by Ward 7 council member and member of the committee, Wendell Felder. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Okay. I'm going to make a call for the two witnesses who signed up to testify virtually for the Office of Nightlife and Culture and ask that they join us now, as we will be calling on them shortly. And that would be Sean Townsend, President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, and Jean Hamza. If you all could join us virtually, we will migrate you over so you can testify after John Guggenmoos. Again, good morning. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. If you could just press the button at the base of your microphone. Yeah, there you go.
It's not my first time, but it sure seems like it. Anyway, good morning, Council Member, Chairman McDuffie, and Council Member. I am honored to serve as the chair of the DC Nightlife Council, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify about the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, and the critical role it plays in strengthening our nighttime economy. DC's nightlife industry, it's more than entertainment. It's a powerful economic engine that contributes 7.1 billion annually, sustains thousands of jobs, generates tax revenue for the district. And as I've testified before, I think Monk remains underfunded and understaffed. Specifically, when we look at the challenges of economic growth and sustainable nighttime economy. The budget realities, when Monk was created, the budget in 2019 was 344,000. Last year, we did receive an 11%, or it did receive 11% increase. Thank you for that increase. But still, annually, when you look at it, it's only $12,123 since its inception. And to put it kind of in a different way, the budget only represents 0.006 of the whole industry's economic engine. I think we can also just learn, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can learn at what other cities have done. In New York, they moved their office in 2024 under the Development of Small Business. They established CURE, Coordinated United Resolution for Establishments, MASH, the Multi-Agency Support for Hospitality, the City of Yes Economic Opportunity Initiatives, and Night School, which provides free training for all education programs for the nightlife operators. This demonstrates how a well-funded, strategically positioned office could foster economic growth and balance communities' concerns. When you look at the realities of having a staff, the Office of Nightlife and Culture has, it just doesn't have the resources to proactively support any fostering improvement in economic development. To that end, I believe we do need a significant increase. And I know that in these budget times that I think we have to ask as a taxpayer, is the investment in the agency able to generate economic growth? And I think those are the keys that we have to look at, as we fundamentally change. I also think that I never can get this in that time, but I'll go ahead and stop.
What I'll do is, on my round, I'll let you hear, because I do have your written testimony. I appreciate you submitting it in advance, but there are a couple of things that I think are worth giving you some time on my round.
Sure, thank you.
To finish. But I do want to turn to Sean Townsend, President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, who's joined us virtually to testify.
Good morning.
Morning.
Committee Chair McDuffie. My name is Sean Townsend, and I have the pleasure of serving as the President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Thank you to this committee for the opportunity to testify today. For more than 100 years, RW has advocated and provided community for more than 1,400 entrepreneurs and small businesses in the greater Washington area. We count among our members favorite neighborhood spots, family-owned businesses, homegrown restaurant groups, and national and regional favorites. Together, we're one of the largest job creators in the district and leading contributors to revenues. As the first director of this Office of Nightlife and Culture, I know firsthand the importance of the office's work. Since it was established in 2018, the office has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to our community's industry. Monk remains an essential partner in fostering the growth and resilience of DC's hospitality sector. Its work as an intermediary between businesses and various district agencies has been instrumental in helping RMW members navigate regulatory requirements and access vital resources. The office's commitment to promoting the cultural and economic value of our industry continues to play a crucial role in attracting visitors and supporting our local economy. Additionally, under the leadership of Mayor Bowser, it was this office that created the Streetery program during the pandemic that became a lifeline for many restaurants in the District of Columbia. As we continue working to rebuild our industry's strength to pre-pandemic levels when it generated $7.1 billion in revenue and supported 65,000 jobs, this office's role becomes increasingly vital. Additionally, these are numbers that were reported by Monk in 2019 as it released the district's first nightlife impact study. We strongly support continued investment to enhance its capability for community outreach and constituent engagement, which are central to its mission and our industry's success. Again, we thank you to this committee for today's hearing and the opportunity to provide comment. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jean Hamza, thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie and council members in the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today so I can express my strong support for both the Office of Monk and the Associate Director, Salima Khalid. My name is Jean Hamza, and I've been a DC resident for over 40 years and in the hospitality industry for over 35, all of it here in the district. Since 2004, I have been participating in an organization called the Responsible Hospitality Institute, RHI, where I learned about best practices in mixed-use neighborhoods. I also learned about strategies, some of which can be found in the recent harmonious living legislation, with the goal of addressing areas of conflict between residents and businesses. And one of the very best ideas to come out of RHI and similar international organizations was the idea for local governments to recognize and treat businesses that operate after 5 p.m. as the economic resources that they are by creating an office under their executive to focus on supporting the nighttime economy. Former council member Brandon Todd was following those models when he wrote the Office of and Commission on Nightlife and Culture Establishment Act of 2018. Why am I focusing on the history of this legislation? Because I feel strongly that Monk has become lost and or forgotten. First, I and many others believe firmly that Monk should be under the office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, so it can be DIMPED after 5, as it is often referred to, and can better serve the nighttime businesses. Second reason for concern is that Monk has not had a director for a few months now. I am not sure if the position has even been posted. This office needs a director so it can fulfill its mission. Now, with our industry struggling, with most restaurants not close to pre-pandemic numbers, we need Monk to be fully staffed and a consideration of increasing their budget. Why increase the budget? So they can actually add another staff member and for the director to be able to attend the educational summits and conferences with his or her peers to learn how other cities use the tools of government to help support and even expand their nighttime economies. There literally are not a lot of people in the world that have the job the director of Monk has. And we should give our director every opportunity, because there are very few, to learn how other cities are managing their nighttime economies. I will end my advocacy for Monk today, and just for today, by supporting Salima Khalid for the position of Director of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. So I hope the Mayor's Office is listening. Salima is an energetic professional who already knows the job and can help the office meet its full potential. It's a win-win from my perspective. Both the city and the nighttime businesses get the right person for the job. Thank you, Chair McDuffie and council members on the Committee on Business and Economic Development for your time and attention to the oversight of this very important government position. Please give the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture the support it needs and certainly deserves. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate you, as well as the other witnesses who testified about the Office of Nightlife and Culture. I want to turn back to John Guggenmoos. There were a couple of points in your testimony that you wanted to make. We're going to do 5-minute rounds. And I want you to make those points, but I also want you to touch on how, if at all, the vacancy within the Office of Nightlife and Culture has impacted the work that you all are doing. I know I heard Jean Hamza mention Salima in support for her being a permanent head, but I wanted to incorporate that at some point over the next minute or so into your response. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for the question. I think the fact that on the website, it still says that it's, Acting Director Salah Chesbari as the interim director from 2022. makes you, I think it's simple, and it's just kind of an overthought in the office that not having a director, and we do support Salima Khalid. I mean, she's talented. She's got a great resume, but you know, as I've expressed so many times, how important it is just to pick up the phone when someone calls. She does that. And, you know, there is a lot of discussion about, there's an advantage of moving it under the deputy mayor of planning economic development. You know, I think that's important, but it also needs the director or the office just needs to be taken seriously by other agencies that at times, just in working with the office, agencies are lax to get back, if all, to their inquiry. So it would strengthen that agency collaboration. You know, with a larger budget, we don't have to we don't have to go reinvent the wheel. We can look at what's worked in New York, and there are some outstanding items that work there. Specifically, as I think we should develop a nightlife zone in the reimagination of downtown, and that, you know, we need the resources to be able to support those entrepreneurs, you know, making, and it's not just licensing, but the whole building, you know, the whole permit process, you know, from beginning to end, having one contact for it. And that's before we even get into other sort of ways that we could be promoting the District of Columbia. I mean, working under the working under the office of, oh my God, I'm blanking, Erin Meyer's office.
Which one?
Erin Myers, the director.
Oh, that's Arts and Humanities.
Thank you. The real effort to bring the Grammys to DC in 2 years.
Yeah.
It's not a pipe dream, but, you know, we need to be able to support all
It
of that.
certainly should not be, and I appreciate you making that point. What agencies, I mean, is it the Office of Nightlife and Culture? What agency would you identify as the one working most closely and intentionally with the nightlife community around marketing and events and things that really support, nurture, and help to grow our nightlife industry?
That's a tough question because it's probably a little bit of all, but I think it probably falls under, I mean, under you as a council member, your department, but, you know, as a specific agency, it's, and perhaps why moving it to DEMPAD makes most sense,
All right.
but
I got you.
hard to answer.
I want to turn to Sean Townsend as a person who was the original nightlife mayor and has some experience with that office and has seen the office grow a bit, albeit marginally over the years since it was established. If you could, Mr. Townsend, performance has been, I think, consensus is that it's been going well and they've been really engaged. But what, if anything, do you think that office needs to really continue to further its mission and continue to support restaurants, nightlife establishments, and really just try to take things to the next level?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the question. And I think that, you know, the Office of Nightlife and Culture has from the beginning always, you know, even when I was there, I mean, it was two of us. And, you know, I think, you know, regardless of the industry that you're in, that's just, it's not enough, not enough staff. And I know that office specifically and all of the MOCA offices have the support of the entire executive. And so it's not just, it never was, I never felt like it was just the two of us. And we work closely with other agencies. And I think that we were able to navigate it well. Now, the times have changed. And I think that the need for this office has grown tremendously. And I think that, you know, it's worth considering, you know, allocating more resources to the office or moving it, consolidating it into another office like DEMPED. So I do think that, you know, this office needs additional support. Not saying that it doesn't get the support that it needs right now, but, you know, regardless of with a director or not, Salima has been answering the phone and handling business, you know, as normal. And so I don't want that to cloud the conversation, but I do think that this is a very important office to the industry, and it should be allocated some additional resources.
Councilmember Felder for a round.
No, just want to thank the panelists for testifying this morning. Appreciate all the work that you guys do to support our nightlife, arts and culture. I'm looking forward to being a resource and bringing some of that or some of those activities to Ward 7 as we, try to expand our nightlife operation as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Thank you to the witnesses. We appreciate your time and testimony. If you haven't submitted your testimony in writing, I would urge you to do so. We'd love to incorporate it into the record of this hearing. Thank you.
Councilmember, I'll email a more thoughtful response to your last question about what
Oh, I
departments
appreciate
you
it.
should work with.
No, you bet. Thank you. Let's turn to the witnesses for our next agency. Public witnesses testifying with respect to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The OCFO is an independent agency in the district that assists the mayor and council in managing the fiscal and financial stability, accountability, and integrity of our government. With that, I'm going to call our in-person witnesses first, to be followed by witnesses testifying virtually. I'll make a call for Shauna Delavu, CEO of Bright Lines, registered to testify in person. Joanna Blotner, registered to testify in person. The other witnesses have registered to testify virtually, but I'll make a call just so we can get them in the queue. Catherine Landfield, Erica Williams, Shira Markoff. I believe Elizabeth McNichol is with us in person. So if you want to come on up and have a seat, we really appreciate you joining us in person. Dr. David Schwartzman, Charlotte Simpson, Martha Asefa, and we have one more witness who signed up to testify virtually. I'll spell your name so as not to butcher it. D-J-A-S-R-A is first name. Last name R-A-T-E-B-A-Y-E. We're going to get you all migrated over as panelists. In the meantime, we have one witness who's joined us in person. Thank you for doing that. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. I'm Elizabeth McNichol, one of the chairs of the Washington, D.C. branch of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Elected officials like yourself, from legislators to mayors and governors, make choices that have lasting impacts on poor and low-wage people. Thousands of people die each year from poverty, and this is not a result of the scarcity of resources, but of a scarcity of political will. Poverty is a policy choice that's changeable and unnecessary. Our leaders must invest the great riches of this nation in ensuring equal justice for all, beginning with the poor and low-wealth residents of this nation and this city. The experience of the pandemic showed us that poverty is a policy choice. Federal programs that expired at the end of the pandemic reduced poverty, and DC has the resources to push back against economic and racial inequality. You took a first step last year by raising income taxes on the highest income families in order to increase the city's earned income tax credit, invest in housing, and raise wages for early childhood educators. And thank you, but there is so much more to do. For example, taxing wealth by taxing capital gains at a higher rate than ordinary income, raising the property taxes on the highest value houses would provide much needed resources to invest in our communities while also making the tax system more equitable. And expanding and automating DC's property tax credit would allow low and moderate income homeowners and renters better afford to stay in DC. A more equitable distribution of resources in our abundant city means that everyone can thrive. DC's people are the economic engine that drives the city's economy and revenue. By increasing investments in the people of DC, the council has the opportunity to move towards a moral public policy agenda that can begin to end the crisis of death by poverty rather than deepening it. Thank you for your time.
And thank you so much for your testimony and for joining us in person. Before I turn to our virtual witnesses, I will ask, I appreciate your testimony and the recommendation about how to navigate to have the resources to make sure that we're looking after some of our most vulnerable residents and prioritizing them. I think that makes sense, and I think that is one of the reasons government exists, is to look out for folks and help give a hand up. I will mention that over the years, I've also been asking folks during performance and budget primarily, but since there was a reference to raising revenues, have you looked at and found any areas within the district's budget that could stand some efficiencies where we could either cut existing programs and spending, or perhaps we are administering the same programs but doing it with less funds that might be reallocated for other areas of need? Have you or the organization that you work with given any thought to where we might streamline some of our spending and really be better stewards of those finite resources that we have?
I mean, two things. I haven't looked at the budget for places where money can be cut because I'm a citizen, no longer working for an organization. And I know there are, the Fiscal Policy Institute and other folks could answer that better than me. But I do find it troubling, again, I've lived here for 40 years, to see how much revenue is put towards, one of our tax dollars are put towards things like the Capital One Arena or the bringing the stadium to DC versus building more housing that might address the homeless crisis and things like that. So in terms of choices made about the budget, I do feel like there's ways that the city could allocate its existing tax money
I
better.
appreciate that. And I'm going to turn to Joanna Blottner next, who's joined us in person. But I would urge you, I mean, I appreciate that you haven't spent the time.
It's been a while. I have worked on this, but
I appreciate that. And look, you're taking time to come down here and testify and advocate, and that's wonderful, and it's what we need. I think for our system to work most effectively is just a balance of viewpoints and thoughts about how we do our business of government. But I think it's a question that maybe you should ponder a little bit and maybe talk to some of the folks who you're working with, just because I think it's a really serious question to think about how we're expending our residents' tax dollars. And again, it's not just some gratuitous notion of making cuts for the sake of making cuts, but are there areas where we're spending and not seeing the return on our investment? Are there other areas where we're spending at the same rate that we've been spending, but perhaps we can do it more efficiently with less funding in that area and more funding to go someplace else? And also, if you think about what we're doing in downtown, the money that is going to Monumental, how we're thinking about RFK, it should be community-driven efforts. But I also think, part of the way I think about those things is how we're generating the revenue to help pay for our social safety net programs, right? Like how are we striking that balance? right? Not giving people more than what they need to run their businesses but how are we investing in business, particularly those that create jobs for our residents, and what kind of return are we seeing on our investment? I think it's an appropriate question to ask. I just wanted to make sure you were thinking about that too. Because I'd love to hear your thoughts as
No.
an ordinary resident who's taking time to advocate before their government. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
This was supposed to be around, and Councilmember Felder is left, so I don't have to turn to him. I'll turn to Joanna Blockner. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Joanna Blottner, and I serve as the Director of Government Affairs at DC Action, which uses research, data, and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. One of those barriers to equity and opportunity for our kids is our tax code and the ways in which it perpetuates intergenerational wealth gaps, racial wealth gaps, and fails to generate sufficient local revenue for our budget that can help all children thrive. That is why DC Action is proud to be a member of the All In for DC Coalition, advocating for a tax system for justice. Across the district, thousands of families are struggling to afford their basic needs like groceries, childcare, and housing. They want good jobs, they want good benefits, and they want to support their children to give them a chance to pursue their dreams. Due to systemic racism and years of disinvestment, we know that these economic hardships fall disproportionately hard on Black families and their children. And now, as the federal government is scheming to gut education, healthcare, and other programs that help DC residents to make ends meet, our lower income Black families and immigrant families face new financial threats. The district must rise to the occasion to protect vulnerable children, and this will require modernizing our tax code to ensure every household and business is paying their fair share. It will also require efficiencies in our budget, and I'm happy to talk about those further. DC does give preferential treatment to inherited wealth like capital gains, certain business income, and property. And it does this by undertaxing these assets and applying flat tax rates rather than progressive ones. These tax advantages have the effect of privileging white residents and business owners at the top and exacerbating racial wealth disparities in the district. The Tax Revision Commission should have voted on a slate of recommendations last year to help the council take aim at our racialized wealth gap and close loopholes to create a more resilient tax base. However, corporate self-interest was allowed to prevail over smart, equitable tax policies. The council must now take back the reins of tax policy to ensure racial equity, progressivity, and budget sufficiency are prioritized to meet the needs of the district. The All In for DC Coalition has identified 5 tax reforms that can help the council to approve a more equitable tax code. And I will let one of my colleagues from the coalition go into those further. Many of these proposals were expertly researched by analysts from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer who supported the Tax Revision Commission, and DC Action is grateful for the service of these OCFO employees for supporting the necessary work of modernizing our tax code. That said, the financially conservative policies of the OCFO too often hold the district back from creating a more just tax system. Similarly, the overreach of the chief financial officer last year jeopardized the stability of our childcare system when the OCFO required the mayor to replenish the district's reserves by depleting the Pay Equity Fund. Prioritizing reserves over fair pay and healthcare for Black and Brown early educators is morally and legally wrong, and it is wrong for our city's economic recovery, which is dependent on working parents' access to reliable childcare. If the council allows its hands to be tied by the agenda of the OCFO or the mayor, it will be unable to make meaningful strides toward equity and supporting district children. Happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. I believe we already have your testimony in writing, so thanks for providing that. I wanted to sort of ask a general question. I know you know this, and some of the witnesses testifying virtually, but approximately 1/4 of the district's gross funds budget is comprised of federal funds. And I'm curious as to whether you or colleagues have given thought about whether there are any federal-related grants or programming that you want to bring to the committee's attention, given the new climate that we're in and sort of some of the chaos that has ensued around us?
Yes. So, there are threats right now to dismantling the Department of Education. For DC Action, we work on childcare in particular. The federal government helps to fund subsidized childcare to make childcare affordable for low-income families. It helps to advance quality initiatives for early education programs. The federal government also helps to support some of our out-of-school time programs, which are funded through OSSI. I don't know the scope of the public education pre-K through 12 budget, but that is also going to take a huge toll on the district, particularly for children with special needs, and all the different kinds of IDEA funding that we rely on. All of that is incredibly scary. I will also flag, the programs for housing and homelessness that funnel through human services. One of the challenges we see in the youth homeless services space is that they are at risk of losing potential federal funding that they have. And at the same time, locally in DC, they have been waiting for payment for their grants and contracts for over 4 months now, 5 months now. When the district is failing to execute contracts and grants in a timely fashion, it is putting even more strain on local nonprofits that operate on shoestring budgets. So they have these conflation of two sources of funding that they are not able to access between federal and local. And that is very, very scary for our homeless residents who need access to shelter, housing, particularly in this cold weather, access to food. And when you talk about things like budget efficiencies, even just the execution of our grants and contracts, something is clearly going wrong, that we cannot get payments out in a more timely way, and that we have to go back and forth and waste government agency staff time to push them to just do their job in executing these grants and contracts. And that is also something the CFO office should be helping with, because the payments also come through their agency. So something is amiss, and that does need the council and this committee's attention.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I think you may have been here to hear part of my remarks to Elizabeth McNichol. And if we met last year before the budget, you probably also heard me ask, are you all looking at spending across our agencies, and how might you help the committee think about creating some efficiencies on the spending side of things? I understand the advocacy around raising revenues, and I anticipate, as you alluded to, I'll hear from some of your colleagues about that. But I wanted to know, have you all given thought at DC Action or any other coalitions that you participate with about spending on certain programs, whether they're just legacy programs that are around that aren't returning the investment on the district that we should be looking at? Are there ways to provide the support services of an existing program, but to do it more efficiently with less funding?
Yeah. This is something that we looked at last year. I put together a whole spreadsheet of things on efficiencies or programs to look at. And now, of course, don't remember what I put in that spreadsheet, but happy to share it with you. DC Action has recently taken up work doing looking into our workforce development programs for youth and ways that we can improve the outcomes and efficacy of those programs, because we do spend a lot of money on workforce development, and I'm not convinced that we are getting the kinds of returns that we would like to see, and that we're not actually meeting the needs identified by our youth. I think that's one place to be looking at, certainly, and we'd be happy to talk with your office further. Happy to do some additional looking at different kinds of efficiencies. I think it needs to be an all hands on deck kind of approach, though, where it is both budget efficiency and raising additional revenue. We're not going to cut our way to solving homelessness, and we also need our homeless services to be operating more efficiently, effectively, and promoting housing stability in new ways.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Two thoughts. I'll be the first to acknowledge, I think in some instances, I think it's across government, both on the executive side as well as at the council, unfortunately, there's a lot of work being done in silos. Oversight tends to be done with a committee focus. The good thing is I work well with my colleagues, obviously, but I think when it comes to workforce development, which was one of the areas that you mentioned initially, I know that Councilmember Bonds is focused on it. I've had conversations with her about it. And she's also a member of this committee, which is great. And I'm a member of her committee. And so if there's some specific things that fall within my committee's purview or her committee's purview, I would love to collaborate with her. And I'm sure she would, the feeling would be mutual because we work well together. But I'd love to hear from you. Maybe see the spreadsheet, because I think that there's truth to that around workforce development, because it's so many different agencies that have authority to spend on workforce development programs and around youth workforce development in particular. And if there are ways for us to get our youth trained up for jobs that are in demand, help prepare them and give them skills that they'll need when they go to college or enter the workforce, then we should be doing that post haste. So I'd love to be able to work with you and any of your colleagues around those efficiencies and particularly where they are falling in this committee's purview. But to the extent they overlap or fall outside the committee's purview, I still would want to work with you and my colleagues of the relevant agency to sort of work across the committees and even across the various agencies that sort of have similar missions or mandates or funding that they're spending in overlapping areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy to follow up.
Okay, great. Thank you both for your testimony. I really appreciate it. I'm going to turn now to our virtual witnesses. All right, I'm gonna make a call for our virtual witnesses. Shauna Dillova, Catherine Landfield, Erica Williams. Actually, I think I already called them, so I don't need to call them again. I'm just gonna look online and turn to Shauna Dillova, CEO of Brightlines. Good morning to you and the other. Begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks. And forgive my appearance. The flu got me. I would have loved to have been there with you all today. As I mentioned in my written testimony, I'm the CEO of Brightlines. We are a doxing prevention service. And I think I've outlined what doxing is, how data brokers work inside of that, and how public records are the source data for data brokers. If you have questions about that, I'd love to hear them. I want you to know that I originally drafted that testimony operating under the assumption that name and address data was being inadvertently shared because the My Tax Payment Portal wasn't configured in a way that protects data. And then I found the name and address data is available in a downloadable spreadsheet for all 300,000 property owners in the district. It's called the Integrated Tax System Public Extract. Even things that are hidden in other databases, judges' names, public and elected officials, prominent folks in our city that you can't find on My Tax or on the Department of Buildings website or on the Board of Elections databases, you can still find them in this file. So 0 provisions for privacy and security have been taken. I need to stress to you, Councilmember McDuffie, I want you to understand the gravity of this breach of trust. Respectfully, sir, I found your data in this file when I couldn't find it elsewhere. My written testimony, I hope, made clear the problem of doxing to our city's residents. But in case not, let me double down. I don't have to tell you, sir, especially what it's like to be a public figure, to understand and take on the risks that you and your families do for your selfless service and your leadership. And here in DC, many of our nation's leaders are vulnerable. We found Supreme Court justices, federal judges, law enforcement folks, and in this new environment, that's problematic. But for me, for us, it's the folks who are getting targeted because they're civil servants or they're victim advocates or they're medical professionals. They didn't sign up for this. They had no choice in the matter. And here they are in the hot seat. And the big difference is, sir, you all may have the Marshal Service, or you may be able to call law enforcement safely, and they will hear you and they will believe you and they will support you. But what about the rest of us? To be clear, this data set, this data is what is feeding data brokers with our names and addresses here in DC. We've run the tests, and I'm happy to share that more offline. I'm afraid of creating another public record that outlines the path to harvest our personal identifying information. And I need to say for myself, a resident of DC, I share some of the experiences presented in my written testimony, and I would love to give more detail about what I've experienced, but frankly, I'm terrified. And not for me, but for the folks in my life who I need to protect. Let it be clear, I love this city. This is my home. And no matter who is running the federal show and how they feel about our city, I want us to be safe. Thank you.
I really appreciate your testimony, and share your deep concerns about this problem is what I'm going to call it. And I really appreciate your testimony, that you provided it in writing, that you provided some proposed solutions. I will certainly raise this with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer when they're in front of us in a couple of weeks. But also am giving thought, and maybe you'll have some suggestions about how to mitigate any potential leaks from the federal government, given their expansion over who has access to our data. Deeply concerned about that as well.
I mean, yeah, I have lots of thoughts about how not to give private citizens access to our data when there are already like nuanced systems in place that would secure it. But I also think it's important until someone on the federal side leaks our data from OPM, say, what we can do is make it harder for them here in DC to get access to that data.
Yeah.
There are so many of us who you can just look up on that tax payment portal, any of us, right, and find our names and addresses.
Yeah.
And folks who this administration has already named as targets. So I have plenty to say about that. Yes. No. What else can I tell you, sir?
Well, I appreciate that. No, I don't know that I need anything else at the moment. Your testimony, we really appreciate, but there may be some follow-up with the committee and our staff. So thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to, Catherine Lanford, I don't think it's been able to join us, but Erica Williams has been. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Erica Williams. I'm Executive Director of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, where we shape racially just tax budget and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist equitable future. We applaud the DC Council for advancing tax and racial justice over the last several years, but DC can and must do more to ensure its tax system is fair and innovates toward equity. And my testimony includes recommendations to that effect, including adopting a business activity tax for the District of Columbia and strengthening the DC Child Tax Credit to maximize poverty reduction. Two reforms that would deeply benefit DC's communities and economy. Because of a federally imposed restriction, the district uniquely exempts from taxation certain businesses, including major law firms, lobbyists, and consulting firms. This exemption goes entirely to business owners who live outside of the district. A business activity tax would correct this loophole, broadening the base of business taxation without increasing taxes on businesses that already meaningfully contribute to DC's collective resources. A BAT, as envisioned by DCFPI in a recent paper, would modify the Tax Revision Commission's proposal to complement existing franchise taxes rather than adding to them or replacing them. It would exempt the first $200,000 of economic activity from the tax, benefiting our smallest businesses, and apply a low rate to taxable activity. It would broaden DC's base of business taxation while leveling the playing field between businesses compared with other options like the payroll tax increased last year. It would be consistent with the Home Rule Act. It would make DC business taxes more racially equitable because most of the unpaid business taxes foregone due to the loopholes are from well-heeled white-owned businesses. Revenue from the BAT would be substantial. A 2% BAT could raise $500 million in fiscal year 2026. Lawmakers could use these funds to fill in gaps left by declining revenue sources, to maintain or expand our investments that fuel an inclusive economy, or lawmakers could use the BAT to replace or reduce the sales tax increase or the payroll tax increase on businesses that lawmakers enacted last year. DCFPI also applauds lawmakers' recent adoption of the child tax credit, but we know it must be strengthened. Child poverty is higher in DC than nationally, and disparities between the well-being of Black and white children are extreme. DC lawmakers should make the credit available to all children under 18. About 24% of children over age 6 in DC are poor compared to 20% of those age 6 or younger. Eliminate the cap on the number of eligible children per family. The district should move away from policies and practices that judge and penalize larger family sizes among those with low incomes, and provide a larger credit for the lowest income families to ensure a greater reduction in poverty. Analysis of DCFPI's proposal for a child tax credit that would have provided $1,500 per child to the lowest income families would reduce poverty by 18% by our estimation. And I thank you for the time.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I may have a question for you after we get through the other witnesses on this panel. I'll turn next to Shira Markoff.
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name is Shira Markoff, and I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice's DC Leadership Council and Economic Justice Working Group. So JUFJ is a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC and Maryland. JUFJ is a member of the All In for DC campaign. And my testimony today focuses on the need to make DC's tax system more equitable and raise sufficient revenue to meet our residents' needs. So my work on this issue with JUFJ is inspired by a rich tradition of Jewish activism and solidarity with marginalized communities on economic and racial justice issues. A core value guiding my testimony is that every person has inherent value and no one should go without having their basic needs met. In order to provide for everyone's basic needs, those who are wealthy need to pay their fair share in taxes. So DC's current tax system is racially inequitable. Most of DC's wealthiest residents are white, and white households have 81 times the wealth of Black households in our area. Meanwhile, passive wealth generations, such as through inheritance, capital gains, and property ownership, are taxed at lower rates than the wages people earn through work. This allows people who already have wealth to further grow their wealth, while working people struggle to pay their bills and build any wealth. By making changes to our tax system and ending the preferential treatment of income derived from wealth, the council can increase equity in DC. So DC took a positive step in this direction by raising income taxes on people earning more than $250,000 in 2021. This both increased the equity of the tax system and provided revenue to support several programs that especially benefited people of color and women, including expanding DC's earned income tax credit, paying higher wages to early childhood educators who are mostly Black and brown women, and paying for housing vouchers. The 2021 tax increase is a great example of how to increase equity through our tax system, but much work remains to be done. So I support All In for DC's proposals to make our tax system more equitable, which include raising the tax rate on capital gains, which overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, raising marginal tax rates on incomes above $500,000, especially the rates for income over $1 million, and instituting the business activity tax, which has already been discussed. So I strongly believe that DC will be a better place for all of us to live if everyone pays their fair share into our tax system and we have the resources to ensure that every resident's basic needs are met. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important issue, and I will submit my written testimony for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to turn to David Schwartzman. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. I'm testifying on behalf of the DC State Green Party, which is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and I serve on its steering committee. We also support the All In for DC campaign's proposal for making DC's tax system more racially equitable and raising needed revenues. And as the federal government slashes programs that help DC residents meet their basic needs, the DC Council must rise to the occasion by protecting the most vulnerable residents and fortifying local programs that provide economic security. And to raise adequate revenue to support these needed investments, council members should tax DC's concentrated wealth. Please do not balance the budget once again on the backs of DC's Black and brown working class, thereby continuing the longstanding neoliberal trickle-down policies of the last 30 years. The council should act to sharply reduce DC's shockingly high racial economic disparities, including child poverty, homelessness, income, and wealth inequality. And here's the latest data, which I provide documentation in my written testimony. The shockingly high life expectancy gap between Black and white residents continues. Income inequality in DC, as measured by the Gini Index, is the same as New York, the highest in the nation compared to the 50 states, with the most recent data from 2023. Poverty in DC remains high, especially child poverty. And as DC Fiscal Policy Institute pointed out, homelessness in DC increased 14% between 2023 and 2024 because lawmakers have severely underfunded programs to address it. And the number of homeless and unsheltered people will only continue to grow. And please take note of the fact that the top 5% of DC families pay a lower fraction of their income in DC taxes than the bottom 95%. But there's a clear alternative to these past austerity budgets. And these include what the Fair Budget Coalition is going to propose in early March, and that includes hiking the income tax of DC's very wealthy residents, especially millionaires, a tax on capital gains, and a bat to close the loophole that Erica just pointed to. And these combined measures could generate $850 million a year in additional revenue. And we should take advantage of the likely extension of the Trump federal tax cuts, which we did in 2021 to recover
Thank
this
you,
revenue.
David Schwarzman.
I ran out of time. Thank you. And there's more in my written testimony. Thank you.
And we appreciate your testimony and you providing your written testimony to the committee. We're going to turn next to Charlotte Simpson. Good morning to you. Begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair McDuffie and council members et al. My name is Charlotte Simpson, 58 years DC resident living in Ward 5 and a constituent member of Fair Budget Coalition. Thank you for allowing me to address you today with my ask regarding DC's economic and business development woes. I believe we are at a point in time.
Charlotte Simpson, I hate to interrupt. I just want to let you know that your video is not on. I don't know if you intend to have your video off, but your video is not on if you want to turn it on.
Here we are.
All right.
Okay. I believe we are at a point in time that we must rapidly and intensely act to be sure DC has the revenue it needs to take care of our communities. Our problems have been great, but they will get much worse under this president, and we must be prepared to protect our people. We are running out of time to fix these tax deficits, such as, while I love the Commanders, a stadium can wait. Mass affordable housing is a much more urgent human need. We cannot fund a billionaire when so many of our people are suffering. Taxing the value of land near high valued public transportation to support WMATA. If we don't find a good way to fund WMATA, we're either choking off services to those who need them most, or we'll pay for WMATA out of funds we need for housing, food, healthcare, etc. Increased taxation on our highest earners. It might pinch a bit, but it's fair. It's time for those with the most to sacrifice a little for our city. Expansion and enhancement of child tax credit is not a wish, it's critical. Families need more money in their pockets. Undo the tax sweetheart deal on wealth regarding capital gains and employ equity that works to benefit all of DC. Let's enact a business activity tax to shut down all loopholes on non-tax paying wealthy DC businesses. No more of that, please. Just like the residents pay their taxes, we need all businesses to pay theirs. We are all aware of the federal administration of the next 4 years and what that will likely mean for DC. If we lose coverage for Medicaid and ACA, for example, then DHS will have to have resources to make up the differences and not cause more lack for residents. You, the council, and the mayor can't afford to be the least bit slack in our rules, our policies, our regulations, and our laws. You have the responsibility and you must put the fix in this very tax season. I so plead and pray your conscience and wisdom into your actions. Again, my ask is that you fix the tax inequities for the deserving taxpaying without representation DC residents. Thank you for listening to me and hearing me. So God bless DC, the USA, you, and me. Thank you for listening to me today.
And thank you for your testimony and the blessings.
Thank you.
I want to, the other two witnesses are not present, and so we're going to I want to turn to this panel and ask a question similar to the one that I asked of our witnesses who joined in person. I've certainly heard the theme in the testimony for the witnesses here and the ways that have been suggested that the district might raise revenue to provide for those sorely needed supports and services of our most vulnerable residents. And for me, you know, it is a priority to make sure that we are funding those supports and services. But I also want to make sure we're thinking holistically about how to get there. We have raised revenues through tax increases recently in our city. What I don't think we've done a good job at, and I would invite your support and suggestions, recommendations to help this committee do this, is look at spending. And I know, Erica Williams, that you and I have spoken about this, and I appreciate your work on the Tax Revision Commission and your suggestion around the business activity tax. I don't know that there's consensus around that, but I think it's something that we should be looking at as a city. But I also want to ask, as I've asked in the past, where should this committee be looking to see some savings and perhaps reduce spending on some existing programs, or eliminate some redundant programs, or leave in place programs that are working really well, but spend less in order to get the same outcomes, same support, same services? Anybody have any suggestions around that?
Chairman McDuffie, I include this in my written testimony, and I'll be very brief. DC Auditor Kath Patterson last fall told us on a Fair Budget Zoom that the Executive Office of the Mayor is blocking clawback of housing production trust funds given to developers who fail to provide their legally required affordable housing. So I submit that the council should seriously consider shifting subsidies now going to the big corporate developer sector to fund programs meeting essential needs, and as well as support decommodifying the provision of housing as a human right, such as Council Member Janice Lewis George Green New Deal for Housing bill, which would start a social
Davis Horseman.
So there's spending, that addresses the spending issue.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that suggestion about that. I'm gonna make sure that we reach out to the auditor. She actually appeared before the council during our legislative breakfast yesterday morning, and I'm not sure if what you mentioned was included in one of the reports that she did recently, but we're gonna reach out. I'm gonna have my staff reach out to the auditor around the clawbacks and the Housing Production Trust Fund. So I appreciate you mentioning that. Anybody else on this panel have thoughts around spending?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the question, council member. I think, I guess I'll say two things. One is that I think the kinds of investments that we need to make in families, people, and communities to advance racial and economic equity and to strengthen our economy in some ways that are lasting and to build our resilience are going to take more than budget efficiencies and savings. I do think it is the job of the council, the job of the mayor's office, and our agencies to be thinking about what does effective and efficient spending look like year in and year out. That's just a part of good self-governance or good governance. I think when we've talked before, we've lifted some things that we think we should scale back or rethink spending on. I think the office to anything tax abatement is one I'd put on the list. Those are millions of dollars that we're going to be spending over the next several years that we don't know are going to have the kind of impact, any really big impact on downtown. There's a housing and downtown abatement program that is set to grow and expand over the next several years. Even though we don't have any proof yet that it is a program that really sort of advances or speeds up conversions and other uses of downtown property. I think we also saw efforts last year to enter into this conversation about efficiencies in a more thoughtful manner. I think we could see at the federal level that it's really can be very painful and also very dangerous to just take an axe to things, and that you need a thoughtful process. We have new staff that are going to be coming on to the council budget office to help think about efficiencies, and I think we should let them do their job and sort of give that due diligence to the effort to find real savings. I know the mayor's office is also thinking about looking at where they can consolidate inventory, where they can find savings in contracts and so forth. And then I think we're all kind of waiting to see if Robert White comes forward with some specifics about his proposal to find $100 million in savings in the budget. So we're awaiting that. But I think this question of efficiencies and finding budget savings doesn't preclude actually raising revenue for the kinds of investments that we need to be making that are going to take more than some savings here and there from program efficiencies.
I appreciate that. But I do think the reason I raise it, and have raised it for the last couple of years is because I don't think we've been as focused on it. I know and appreciate the efforts that you mentioned from the executive, from the budget office. But I think that there is a sense that the best way to approach the challenges that the city is facing with funding sorely needed programs is to raise revenues through tax increases. And there isn't the same amount of, I think, time and effort being utilized to identify ways to make government operate more efficiently and to address some of the legacy spending that is sort of on autopilot. And so, I asked the question because I know you all are sometimes think about this, but I'm urging all witnesses to really give more thought to this. I don't know how long it's going to be before anything comes out of the budget office. I know when the budget comes down, a lot of their attention, time, and focus is going to be on things other than what I'm asking you about. I certainly have had conversations with the chairman about this and my other colleagues. But again, I'm encouraging you all to give thought to this and maybe perhaps some more specific, detailed recommendations around spending efficiencies, because I don't want to underestimate what that might look like. I think it's not just some marginal amount of savings that could go into supporting other programs. It could be significant if the effort is really put into identifying some efficiency. So I appreciate the testimony.
Can I make one more comment, Councilmember?
Sure, absolutely.
So I appreciate that, and I think we definitely want to be in partnership and thinking about what some of the efficiencies could be. I know we don't always agree on what they might be. I'm sure we could work together on some of that over time. I just want to underscore that some of the tax changes that have been raised today in addition to raising revenue, make our tax system more equitable and more fair. So like the business activity tax, we're asking for all businesses that are profiting from their activity here in the district to pay into our shared resources. When we're thinking about capital gains, we're talking about ending the privileging of wealth that is predominantly held by white households in the district. So there's additional reasons to pursue some of these tax reforms beyond raising revenue, even though the raising revenue piece is also critical. So I just want to underscore that as well.
Thank you for underscoring that, and thank you for each of the witnesses who testified on this panel. We really appreciate your time. We're going to move to our next panel of witnesses who are going to discuss performance of the Department of Small and Local Business Development. DSLBD, as it's also known, supports the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based and small businesses and promotes economic development throughout the district's commercial corridors. DSLBD administers the Certified Business Enterprise Program, oversees compliance regarding agency and non-government project CBE utilization, and supports business development by offering training and financing assistance to small businesses. DSLBD also manages the district's Main Streets programs and the Clean Teams program. With that, I'm going to call our next panel of public witnesses, and again, ask witnesses who are going to be testifying virtually to mute their microphones while they're not speaking. I'm going to call first the witnesses who've signed up to testify in person: Yvette Banfield, Jaron Hill, Rachel Shank, Christopher Head are the first four witnesses. You can go. And good morning to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person this morning. We're going to start with Yvette Banfield, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Yvette Banfield, and I am the Chief Economic Development Officer for the Coalition, formerly CNHED. As the committee surveys the Department of Small and Local Businesses, DSLBD's recent performance, we've gathered input to share with the committee on how the Main Streets use their grant enhancement to highlight noticeable improvements made by DSLBD and managing the Main Streets program, and to offer ways to enhance the administration of the program. With that said, I want to just jump into how some of the Main Streets use their grant enhancement. It's detailed in my testimony, so I'll just highlight a couple of points. One, the Main Streets indicated that they use their enhancements grants to strengthen their capacity by hiring additional staff, studying the geographic areas surrounding the corridor, and curating more comprehensive events around the corridor. They expanded the deployment of small business subgrants, providing one-on-one technical assistance for new businesses to help beauty salons and hair salons with new compliance rules, grant prep, and assist with grant applications and dispersing emergency grants to small businesses. I'm going to now just kind of jump to my improvements that the agency has made. Over the course of the fiscal year, they've streamlined and improved the reporting mechanism and the expense reporting platform. There was consensus by DSLD program staff that they made great strides towards making grant reporting process easier for Main Street grantees. DSLBD has also routinely provided Main Streets with updates on about updates and resource alerts. Additional funding in increasing the unrestricted fund breakdown of grants has allowed Main Streets to be more targeted in the use of their funds and beneficial on the corridor. What I'd like to do now is just highlight some of the areas where there could be some room for enhancement. DSLBD should play a pivotal role in assisting the Main Streets in connecting to various grant government agencies, serving as an ombudsman or an interagency liaison for Main Streets within district government would be impactful. Main Streets are looking to DSLBD to return to capacity building training for the Main Streets, which would be extremely beneficial for new Main Street directors and staff, and to create a manual outlining a clear set of guidelines around the submission of program expenses. The current process is problematic and too subjective. As a place-based organization with a frontline view of what's happening with their corridor businesses, the Main Streets welcome the opportunity to be at the table for important citywide conversations that impact small businesses. Too often, the Main Streets are on the sidelines during the decision-making process. And finally, Main Streets see a tremendous value and a role for DSLBD to play in coordinating conversations and meetings with other agencies like DLCP to clarify and streamline processes that, like the planning of Art All Night. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Jaren Hill, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Chairman McDuffie and members of the council, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jaren Hill Lockridge, and I serve as the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Dreaming Out Loud, a nonprofit organization committed to creating economic opportunities and building resilient communities through food, entrepreneurship, and cooperative development. We're building the Marionberry Avenue Market in the Great Ward 8. And I want to take this moment to commend DSLBD and Director Suggs for their invaluable support of our DREAM program. Through DSLBD's commitment, we have been able to provide critical resources, training, and opportunities for aspiring food entrepreneurs, many of whom come from our historically marginalized communities. In particular, I want to highlight the impact of our Meet the Makers Pitch Perfect competition, which was made possible through DSLBD's support. Additionally, DSLBD has plans to support our local food economy, specifically through the Marionberry Avenue Market's hyper-local food channels. Our new headquarters, which will be located in the Great Ward 8, will create new opportunities for small food businesses, urban farmers, and local producers to access the marketplace, strengthen food sovereignty, and expand economic prospects for residents east of the river. Furthermore, we are leveraging the healthcare system to support our efforts in ensuring that our communities can take advantage of the economic opportunities emerging at the intersection of the health and food industries. Through initiatives such as Food is Medicine, we are working to integrate fresh, nutritious foods into healthcare settings, addressing food insecurity and chronic health conditions while simultaneously creating sustainable economic opportunities for local food producers and businesses. The district has invested hundreds of millions of dollars into the Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center, and we see this as a critical opportunity to ensure that these investments also uplift our local food economy, support community health, and generate economic opportunities for DC residents. Once again, I want to thank DSLBD and the committee for your leadership and unwavering support, and we appreciate the council members' commitment to fostering small business development and ensuring DC's entrepreneurs have the resources they need to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Chair McDuffie, members of the committee, and everyone in the audience today. My name is Rachel Shank. I'm the Executive Director of Georgetown Main Street, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Georgetown Main Street's mission is to strengthen the vitality of Georgetown small businesses. Our corridor stretches along Wisconsin Avenue from K Street to Whitehaven Parkway. In the GMS corridor, there are about 300 businesses. 55% are small, approximately 5% less than last year. Of those small businesses, about 60% are either immigrant-owned, minority-owned, or women-owned, and a quarter are legacy-owned. Main Street organizations serve their communities in many ways, and that looks different depending on which avenue you're on. I've been serving in this role for nearly 6 years, and in Georgetown, We are a community building, resource sharing, and small business champion type of organization, just to name a few. I'd like to share some examples. As a community building organization, we host a monthly business networking event. Over 300 people attended our coffee and community in fiscal year 24, where we hosted 3 district officials, 4 community organizations, and 3 small business leaders as speakers. One business owner described the event as truly life-changing for her business. As a resource sharing organization, in fiscal year 24, we hosted workshops, offered restaurant trainings, shared regulation updates, and provided direct grants to our businesses. We were able to allocate and support businesses with receiving at least $183,000 in grant funding in just the past 2 years. In fiscal year 24, we worked with CBED DC Facades to redo the facade of 2 adjacent properties. With a 25% investment from the landlord, GMS was able to completely refresh the facade of 2 properties that collectively house a barbershop, a tattoo parlor, a dry cleaner / tailor, and a uniform store, all of which are immigrant-owned businesses, without the means to take on the project of this scale on their own. The landlord described GMS as an invaluable partner through that process. As a business champion organization, we recognize the importance of experiential retail and creating a special place for visitors in our neighborhood. That means we host community events and maintain an impressive social media account. During the Georgetown Cookie Tour, 100% of attendees who responded to our survey indicated they visited a new business during that event, 100%. Most of which discovered more than one business for the first time, and 67% of those respondents indicated they made a purchase while at the event. In addition to the 10 community events we hosted in fiscal year 24, we provided hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of exposure to our small businesses on our social channels and partnered with our local paper, the Georgetowner, to showcase over 15 businesses in their summer newsletter. I want to sincerely express my gratitude to the DSLBD team. They're doing an incredible job with reinventing that department. I've included thanks in my testimony. In sum, fiscal year 24 was our best year yet, largely due to the one-time enhancement identified by this committee. Thanks to the additional funding, we were able to build capacity and bolster existing programs in fiscal year 24 in a way that was not possible before. We've made tangible impacts in our small business community, thanks greatly to this funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Rachel Shank. Next, Christopher Head. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. The DSLD Main Street has enabled Logan Circle Main Street to provide critical support and resources to 190 neighborhood businesses, which represents 95% of total businesses in the corridor. We have given almost 800 hours of direct technical assistance to those businesses in fiscal year 24. We also work directly with businesses to promote new openings, specials, events, and help businesses and residents solve issues as they arrive, fostering an even stronger and more cohesive sense of community. Additionally, Logan Circle Main Street organized major events, including Dog Days, Holly Jolly Street Market, Holiday Lights, and a fall market, which all brought foot traffic to the corridor, highlighted new and established businesses, and brought out residents from Logan Circle and the entire city. 2 of our biggest successes were Art All Night and Jazz in the Park. Art All Night, which this year was called the Art of Drag, had an estimated 3,000 attendees, included a vendor market through 14th and P Streets, activations, business specials, as well as a lively dance party in Logan Circle Park featuring drag performers, art installations, and go-go dancers. The event featured 15 local businesses and 32 local artists. Jazz in the Park, which featured 3.5 hours of live music in Logan Circle Park, had over 800 attendees. LCMS also works to support public art projects along the corridor. We are excited for the debut of The Dancer, which will be a new sculpture at 14th and R Streets Northwest, in part funded by DSLBD grant money to debut later this year. LCMS deeply appreciates the ongoing support provided by DSLBD through the Main Street grants. I've listed in the written testimony some particular shout outs. Likewise, LCMS is grateful for the DC Council support for small businesses in the district. We hope this testimony helps inform the council and allow both the Main Street and district government to better serve both the business and broader community of Logan Circle. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony. Georgetown Cookie Tour. Sounds like it was a success.
Yes.
Georgetown, I think, most notably known for cupcakes. But
Yes.
I'd love to, what's your favorite cookie place in Georgetown? Where should I visit?
Oh, that's like asking about a favorite child.
Give me something.
Well, I'm
Or you
very,
might have to just tell me the list of all of them, so you're not picking a favorite child, but I would be interested in visiting somewhere new to try some cookies at Georgetown.
Yeah. Well, one of our legacy bakeries is Patisserie Poupon. They're a French bakery, and they typically provide sablés during the cookie tour, which is great.
Okay.
It's a nice mix of like corporate businesses like Levain, so you get like the giant cookies, but also our local businesses too. But the beauty of it is we pair the bakeries with retail businesses. So folks that go on the tour actually visit small businesses to pick up their cookies. So they're discovering really 24 businesses.
Okay, nice, nice. Glad it was a success. And I heard you mention, Christopher, had a new sculpture, but I think you called it something that I did not catch.
Yes, it's called The Dancer.
The Dancer?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it going to be located?
14th and R.
14th and R, okay. And when should we expect to see it?
We expect it late spring, early summer. It's being constructed right now.
Got it. All right. As the weather is breaking, a great time for us to be able to see new sculpture in the district. Awesome. Awesome. Yvette Banfield, you talked about, and thank you for submitting your testimony. We appreciate it. There were a few components to it. I want to just ask, though, are there any areas, and I'll ask everybody on the panel, where you think DSLBD could stand to enhance its performance? Any areas where you think the council should focus on when they appear before us for oversight?
So I want to reiterate, because we surveyed all of the main streets, and the ones that did, about half responded, and they overwhelmingly gave DSLBD praise, particularly with this new staff team that's managing the program. However, I think that there are issues just around operations, around not having manuals that, the new Main Street staff can refer to, meaning the organizations, if they're submitting receipts and stuff like that. So it can devolve into a back and forth and trying to figure out what is allowable and acceptable expense. And so it's a small thing, but it's not when you're thinking about a Main Street that's spent $400 or $1,000 for something, and they submitted something and it's just not as clear. And so I think it's just refining and tweaking the program so that it is ironclad, and then also training for new directors. So when a new organization comes online or new staff within that organization, making sure that there are routine trainings. I know I've heard from the Main Street organizations that they are starting to do that, so they are paying attention to it. But I think it's really focused on the mechanics of just reporting and stuff like that. So.
I appreciate it. Briefly.
Well, in Ward 8, with the Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center coming online, this is a very unique opportunity for local businesses to get involved in the healthcare industry. So I wouldn't say it's a critique on DSLBD as much as there's a unique opportunity to connect the dots between the contracting opportunities within the Regional Medical Center, as well as our CBE requirements and the businesses within the community who can do the business to take care of our community. So it's not on DSLBD, but it's on having a comprehensive ecosystem where the two are talking to each other in a way that, again, is a unique opportunity and community to do something different.
Have you had an opportunity to raise that with anybody at DSLBD?
With everybody, between Cedar Hill as well as DSLBD.
And what's been the response you've gotten from both?
With Cedar Hill, they're not ready in position quite yet, but we're like, the hospital opens in the next 90 to 100 days. When do we get ready? And then on DSLBD's side, they're ready for the conversation. They have lists, we just have to connect the dots all the way through, and we haven't done that yet.
We have the benefit, and I don't want to put the person on the spot because it's not, I don't think they're managing this program, but this council has been a huge supporter of the DC Anchor Partnership. And I'd be curious to know if the DC Anchor program is talking to Cedar Hill as they have a number of anchor institutions across the District of Columbia, including Georgetown, including Children's National Medical Center, including UDC. They should be talking to Cedar Hill too. I'm happy to give Steve Glaudet a call and mention it. Are you familiar with the DC Anchor Partnership?
I am not. Would love to learn
You should
more.
be. They're
Would
doing
love to learn
fantastic
more.
work, and they're connecting our anchor institutions to contractors, CBE contractors, specifically around Black contracting opportunities too. So I appreciate that you've been raising this. I'm glad to know that it's on the radars of Cedar Hill Medical and DSLBD. But given where we are in the short turnaround in terms of trying to make sure that folks are aligned and have the ability to go after some of those opportunities and simply compete, which I know they're asking for, just as simply the opportunity to compete. I think it'd be useful to add the DC Anchor partnership to that conversation. So we'll make sure we make that connection.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Right. We have a few more witnesses who signed up to testify in person. If we could have, I think it's Cassandra Etherington, Rachel Mowry, Shelley Walker, and Miles Sedgwick is with us in person too, so he can come on up and have a seat. And good morning to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person. We'll begin with Shelley Walker, Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street Director.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. Designated in 2017, the Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street supports approximately 150 small businesses, serving as a vital resource for economic development and community connection. As the Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street Manager, I have the privilege of working closely with passionate entrepreneurs, neighbors, witnessing firsthand the dedication, resilience, and vibrancy that small businesses bring to our community. This role has given me deep insight into both the triumphs and challenges of small business ownerships. Whether assisting with permitting hurdles or simply stopping by to check in, I am committed to ensure our local businesses receive the support they need to thrive. Last year, LGAMS provided 636 hours of technical assistance to small businesses, awarded $48,450 in small business grants, engaged 66 businesses in our events that included over 1,800 attendees, and generated 1 million combined media impressions across all events. Also, thanks to DSLBD Main Street Grant, LGAMS has been able to provide critical assistance to businesses along the corridor. Just last fiscal year, LGAMS helped businesses owners repair broken windows, provide essential repairs to ice cream shop, ensuring that they had adequate cooling options to continue serving their community, and assisted the business owner in replacing damaged inventory after a robbery. These grants are not just about funding, they are about preserving the livelihoods of our small business owners and strengthening the fabric of our community. As I continue this Main Street work, securing continued funding is essential to sustaining and expanding these efforts. This support enables us to make a long impact on the community while introducing new opportunities that enrich the neighborhood. For example, last fiscal year, we made history on Lower Georgia Avenue by hosting the first ever Arno Night, an event that brought our community together in a vibrant and meaningful way. The energy was electric, and Director Rosemary Sugg Evans and team came by to support the event. DSLBD's support, combined with the unwavering dedication of our Main Street managers, is what keeps DC's neighborhoods thriving, vibrant, and full of life. In closing, LGAMS sincerely appreciates the ongoing support from DSLBD through the Main Street Grant. Their commitment through open office hours, informative meetings, and shared resources has been instrumental in empowering our small business community. We are also thankful for the DC Council's steadfast support of small businesses across the district. I look forward to building on this momentum, ensuring that the Lower Georgia Avenue community continues to thrive as a vibrant hub for entrepreneurs, residents, and visitors alike. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie and Council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Mowry, and I manage the Chevy Chase Main Street 3 District bridges. As my Main Street colleagues have already highlighted, Main Streets are vital to the vibrancy and health of our neighborhoods. The impact of the DSLBD Main Street grant cannot be overstated. In FY25 alone, CCMS provided 570 hours of direct technical assistance to 70% of our businesses. This hands-on support helped get new businesses like Ibti Salon to open their doors to the community from the historic Chevy Chase Arcade. We provided key grant assistance to the Fishery Seafood Market to secure $20,000 in grant funds and helped multiple businesses in the historic arcade update their exterior signage. This kind of assistance is crucial for small businesses, especially as they continue to adjust to the new normal post-pandemic. Main streets are more than just businesses, though. They are the heart of our neighborhoods, offering spaces for communities to come together. This was evident through our First Fridays event series that engaged nearly half of our storefront businesses with activities, entertainment, and business specials from April to November last year. In addition to these ongoing efforts, the Chevy Chase Main Street is committed to helping local businesses adapt to the changing landscape as our business health checks and business development plans for 15 businesses in FY24 highlighted. We highlighted the need for strategic planning and support as brick and mortar businesses look for new ways to stay competitive with online merchants. Additionally, we were able to identify specific business funding action plans that allowed our small businesses to secure lines of credit, negotiate lease space, and plan better for emergencies like broken lobster tanks and water damage repair. With the enhancement funding in FY25, we are poised to provide even more support. And this year, we are especially grateful for the funding increase Main Streets received, in addition to the opportunity to compete for additional funding through the Main Street Growth Grant Fund that DSLBD recently announced. This funding will allow CCMS to continue to provide support to businesses in Chevy Chase and make great strides in updating the safety, functionality, and curb appeal of our commercial corridor. In closing, Chevy Chase Main Street extends its deepest appreciation to DSLBD and the DC Council for their continued support of our local business community. The work that Main Streets do is indispensable, and as we continue to advocate for these corridors, we ask for sustained and increased support to help our businesses thrive. Together, we can ensure that our Main Streets remain the cornerstones of our community and life in the district. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you have.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Next. Good morning to you. You begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. My name is Cassandra Hetherington, and I'm the Director of Cleveland Park Main Street. Thank you for this opportunity to briefly discuss the positive impact of public investment dollars directed from DSLBD to Cleveland Park Main Street. Designated in 2019, Cleveland Park Main Street supports approximately 60 small businesses in a commercial corridor that serves nearly 30,000 residents within a 1-mile radius. DSLBD, DOB, DDOT, DOH, ABCA, DLCP, SMDs, ANC, MOKers, historic societies, great streets, robust retail, sign permits, parking permits, business licenses, professional licenses, health inspections, alcohol permits, sidewalk cafe permits, access DC, et cetera, et cetera. This is a fraction of local government agencies, programs, and resources available, or in some cases, impeding the ability of a business to operate in the District of Columbia. Navigating through the wild world of local government has been both satisfying and challenging for me in the 3.5 years I have been the director of Cleveland Park Main Street. Imagine being a new or even experienced business owner trying to navigate the alphabet soup of government programs while managing staff, ordering materials, and trying to entice people to your business throughout pandemics, construction, and working from home. Now, imagine being that same business owner who has a Main Street to help them and how much better that would feel. It took 18 months for Buffalo and Bergen to successfully go through the permitting process when their application was held up because of a small revision. Owner Gina Trisavani said, "I'm not sure where I'd be right now without Cleveland Park Main Street. I just couldn't get my permits over the finish line without their help." CPMS would not be here to help business owners like Gina without the help and support of DSLBD. This past fiscal year, Cleveland Park Main Street helped not just individual businesses, but the entire commercial community by organizing events of varying sizes. Businesses see 30% increase in sales when a Cleveland Park Main Street event transpires. Additionally, CPMS has been focused on improving the look of the corridor, particularly along our new promenade. From supporting volunteer gardeners and ploggers to bringing sculptures, murals, and music to Connecticut Avenue, CPMS has worked to fulfill a vision of a thriving, equitable, resilient, and connected community. In conclusion, CPMS appreciates the ongoing financial and direct support provided by DSLBD, Director Suggs Evans, Virginia Marie, Jessica, Kevin, and I would be remiss if I did not express my sincere appreciation for Sean Marvelson, Charlie Whitaker, and the entire Connecticut Avenue Clean team, who collected approximately 196,000 pounds of trash in 2024. We're extremely grateful for the council's continued support for small businesses, and especially from our council member, Matthew Fruman. We hope this testimony helps inform the council. Thank you.
Thank you. It does help inform the council, so we appreciate you providing it. We're going to turn to our fourth and final witness for this panel. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the panel. I was participating online earlier this morning, and I felt it was important enough to join in person. So I appreciate your flexibility with having me join here in person this morning. My name is Miles Sedgwick. I'm a DC small business owner, and I wanted to provide some explanation of the support that we've received from DSLDB over the past few years. We are, our company's name is Rana Labs. We're a media production company. We work with Events DC. We work with DC Public Schools. We produce video content, podcasts, photography. But we also have a training program in workforce development for students to learn, young people to learn how we do what we do. It's something unique about our company. And for many years, our company has been split between working overseas with USAID and also here in Washington, DC. And the reason why I'm here this morning is because around the corner from us, USAID, as you've seen in the news, is undergoing a lot of changes. And I wanted to bring to your attention, as a small business owner and somebody who's been working in DC for many years, how valuable DSLDB's services have been to my company, ensuring that we understand how to work in DC, helping us to make connections to understand how we can be more able to engage in DC and to really make the services that we're offering available to more groups. And one of the things that they recently offered last year for us, for example, was the CBE All Things Green grant, which in our case as a media production company challenged us to think about ways we could work in the green sector and actually opened a whole new avenue for us, a whole new way that we're working now in using a 3D printing program at DC Public Schools, teaching kids how to do 3D printing with recycled plastic. That program opened up a whole new avenue for us, as I said, and we wouldn't have done that without the support from DSLEB. Every single event I've been to, or training, or even a small business fair that the DC government typically holds throughout the year, at every single one of those events, the team from DSLEB is there to help small businesses like mine to feel connected, like we can find the people in the room who we need to find and really have important conversations to move our businesses forward. So as a government in the District of Columbia, when you're looking towards next year, there are always going to be moments where you need to think about efficiencies and how you can make the district's budget work. But my message is that with the influx of federal employees coming in here in DC, looking for work, opening businesses, being involved in the city, it's more important than ever for DSLDB to continue doing its work to support small businesses like mine. So thank you very much again for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. That's really helpful and great perspective to hear, particularly given that this is performance oversight hearing. So we appreciate hearing the great work that DSLBD has been doing with the Main Streets, but certainly appreciate that perspective and that experience that you've had, given the impact of some of the things that are happening on the federal side, USAID in particular, but certainly other agencies that are impacted and likely to see some federal workers perhaps thinking about new opportunities, perhaps opening up their own small businesses or joining existing small businesses. So no, that's great. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions for this panel. I appreciate the testimony, and but I will be following up with DSLBD, particularly around the Main Streets, the enhancements that the council identified and put in the budget for this fiscal year. I appreciate you all sharing how you all are using those and the impact that it's been having on your ability to support the businesses along your corridor. So thank you all for your testimony. I mistakenly skipped over Michaela Blanchard, who is with us, so you can come on up. You joined us in person. And the others who signed up to testify about DSLBD are joining us virtually. I'll make a call just so we can migrate them over. Alex Padro, Noah Getz, Francisco Ramos Meyer, Trupti Patel, Dr. Christopher Williams, Amanda Lau, Jeremy Sherman. We're going to start, though, with our final in-person witness, Michaela Blanchard with DC Squared, formerly Rhode Island Avenue and Bladensburg Road Main Streets. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us in person.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Michaela Blanchard, and I'm speaking on behalf of Distinct Corridors Developing Communities, also known as DC Squared. We are the parent nonprofit of Rhode Island Avenue Main Street and Bladensburg Road Main Street, as well as the administrator to the Rhode Island Avenue Clean Team and 2 Art All Night events. First, I want to sincerely thank the council and DSLBD for the steadfast support. The Main Street program has played a crucial role in strengthening our neighborhoods, allowing small businesses to grow and our commercial corridors to flourish. Our Clean Team has been instrumental in fostering community pride through cleaner streets. And Art All Night has exposed our community to arts and culture that our corner of the district often doesn't receive access to. With the one-time Main Street funding enhancement, thanks to you all, we were able to distribute $100,000 in subgrants to both new and legacy businesses across our corridors, providing vital resources to help them expand and remain sustainable. Thanks to the support of you, Councilmember McDuffie and Councilmember Parker, the Office of Planning launched a Rhode Island Avenue planning study, ensuring that RIMS remains an essential part.
If you all cannot walk behind the camera, this camera's on right now, so if you want to go outside and go around to get to that side, appreciate it. I hate to interrupt. I just want
It's
to make sure.
okay.
A bunch of folks just walked in. Thank you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Starting back a little bit. With the one-time Main Street funding enhancement, we were able to distribute $100,000 in subgrants to both new and legacy businesses across our corridors, providing vital resources to help them expand and remain sustainable. Thanks to the support of you, Councilmember McDuffie and Councilmember Parker, the Office of Planning, OP, launched a Rhode Island Avenue planning study, ensuring that RIMS remains an essential part of the district's long-term revitalization. We are so grateful for DSLBD's role in ensuring our voice became a part of the conversation with OP. We were also able to leverage our opportunity to include CBE to further examine vacancies, retail growth, and feasibility for a grocer, and provide data to help us shape development and food access that aligns with our community's needs. With continued investment from DSLBD and multiple agencies, DC Squared is evolving Main Street model to reflect the distinct character of DC's urban neighborhoods, integrating business support, urban planning, and community engagement. As the scope of the Main Street program expands, we recognize the increased demands placed on DSLBD's dedicated staff. Additional resources for staffing and support would help enhance their ability to assist our programs, ensuring that we collectively deliver the greatest impact. Additionally, exploring ways to simplify oversight processes, such as refining administrative reviews, could help streamline operations and allow DSLBD to focus on strategic support and innovation. Lastly, we see opportunities for greater collaboration between DSLBD and programs like ours. Engaging at the conception stage of initiative planning and review processes could help us better align and improve efficiency to maximize outcomes for all stakeholders. In closing, I just deeply appreciate Council, DSLBD, and Mayor Bowser for commitment to our work. With ongoing investment, collaboration, and innovation, we can continue to make significant strides in fostering economic growth and revitalizing our communities. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you appearing in person and then sharing the work that you all are doing along Rhode Island Avenue and Bladesburg Road. I do not have any questions, but happy to. Have you submitted your testimony in writing already?
Yes,
Okay,
I will
perfect.
do it online though.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
All right, we're going to turn to our virtual witnesses next. If we could hear from Alex Padro. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and committee staff, I'm Alexander M. Padro, Executive Director of Shaw Main Street since 2004. The businesses in Shaw Main Street service area continue to recover from the intense stresses imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath. Some 46 businesses in our service area closed permanently since March 2020. Most of the retail spaces those businesses occupied have been leased to other businesses, with 26 businesses opening in 2024. Unfortunately, a number of factors continue to impede our businesses' ability to return to pre-pandemic sales and profitability. These include the inability of many of our restaurants and bars to resume full hours of operation, primarily due to staffing issues, the impact of changes in the minimum wage, and the public safety challenges that continue to negatively impact a number of our businesses, both during the daytime and night. Shaw Main Street continues to devote an increasing number of hours every week to addressing safety issues and working with businesses and district government agencies and other partners to address public intoxication, public urination and defecation, drug activity, assaults on businesses, employees, and other violent crime. The problems are particularly acute at the intersection of 7th and T Streets Northwest, but has spread to adjacent blocks. Vandalism resulting in broken windows and doors has also increased, with some businesses suffering repeated damage. When grant dollars are available, Shaw Main Street reimburses insurance deductibles for businesses that suffer glass breakage. While spending so much time on public safety is not what Main Street organizations are normally known for, these efforts are a demonstration of the importance of having Main Streets in place to assist with addressing the challenges that businesses are facing. Main Streets are involved in every aspect of life and success of our commercial corridors. We don't just promote businesses, host events, coordinate cleanups, and plant in tree boxes. We coordinate public art projects, provide technical assistance with permitting and grant applications, navigating the district government bureaucracy, match prospective tenants with available retail spaces, and much more. On behalf of all the DC Main Street's local programs, thank you for your continued support of our organizations and the businesses and neighborhoods we serve. We particularly appreciate the additional funding that the committee and council have been able to provide. When the mayor proposed a reduction in the DC Main Street grant for FY25, you were successful in restoring $47,000 to each Main Street in the final budget. Regrettably, DSLBD has chosen not to provide these funds to each Main Street as we had expected. Instead, each Main Street will receive $17,650 and is invited to compete for additional funds for special projects, as much as $50,000, which must be matched for amounts over $20,000. This means that some Main Streets will get more than the amount of their FY24 grants, and others will get less. This is a change from established practice, which resulted in each Main Street receiving equal funding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm available to answer any questions now or after.
Thank you for your testimony, Alex Padro. We're going to turn next to Noah Getz. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about DSLBD as part of your performance oversight hearings. As a Ward 3 community member and the executive director of the Tenleytown Main Street, I want to speak in support of the work that DSLBD and the Main Street programs are doing in our communities. I believe that these programs provide an outsized benefit for our small businesses and community members for their cost to the district. The council's enhancement speaks to your support, and I want to thank you so much for this critical funding. We were able to use the council enhancement this past year to work with local small businesses on issues with a particular focus on our beauty shops and hair salon compliance with new rules and business licensing, the creation of a new annual program that includes music performances and highlights local small businesses, additional beautification projects on the corridor, and the overhaul of our Around the Town newsletter for greater interest and clarity. DSLBD provides very important services to our local communities in support of our Main Streets and Clean teams. In addition to providing support for a primary funding grant, they've created opportunities to meet key personnel in other agencies and facilitated workflow for our programs and projects that are standard. I think that Main Street programs are able to leverage community connections and personal approach to small business that yields excellent results. Nationwide, the report for return on investment is $18 to $1 spent. And I wanted to give one example from this past year for Tenleytown that I think is really telling. Print Space, our new print shop, was able to use their Main Street Small Grants program to leverage a $5,000 grant that we provided to them to purchase a crucial piece of equipment valued at $20,000, which has revolutionized their services and helped their bottom line. Main Street programming also brings people to our small businesses throughout the year. Nearly 11,000 people attended the Art All Night celebration in Tenleytown this year, and they spent an average of 198 minutes in Tenleytown going to their favorite locations like City Ridge and Guapos. We also were able to provide, apart from the generous donation of the time spent by our board, 485 volunteer hours by community members, valued at almost $25,000 that went towards Main Street programming and engaging our community. Our work in coordination with the Clean Team has also been essential to the vitality of the Tenleytown corridor. One recent example of this kind of coordination included contact by a community member that required access to the bus stop and local CVS directly after the snowstorm for medical purposes. Councilmember Freeman's office reached out, and I contacted our Clean Team about clearing an extra section of sidewalk that was not assigned to them to make sure that this was possible. We received extremely positive feedback from this community member that expressed her surprise at receiving such quick results. While this instance works well, I think her surprise underscores the significant and important advantages of having their control over the Clean Team location to maximize efficiencies in this chain of command. I truly appreciate your support in these programs, and thank you so much.
And thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness who we have testifying virtually is Francisco Ramos Meyer. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity. Good to see a fellow Tiger working for the city as well. I want to echo a lot of what my counterparts have said with the Main Street programs. I lead the Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant one, which supports approximately 240 businesses in an area of around 175,000 residents in about a 1 mile radius. I've submitted my written testimony, so I'm not going to go into all the details that a lot of my colleagues have covered. I'm going to hit some key points from specifically my program. This past fiscal year, FY24, delivered about 1,100 technical support hours. A couple of key wins was I assisted Mark's Cafe in Mount Pleasant with an over $300,000 grant that allowed them to purchase their building, which totally changed their outlook for the future, reducing their monthly payments dramatically, and has allowed them to invest in the community and in their building with community events and other things like that. In Columbia Heights, Lake Caprice, DC, this past fiscal year, we assisted them in winning over $15,000 in grants from different sources, and one of those being the robust retail that allowed them to upgrade much needed kitchen equipment that hadn't been replaced since they opened almost 10 years ago, and also new patio furniture in an area that is a congregation point for a lot of families and people who walk their dogs in Columbia Heights. In addition, just to highlight a couple of the events, again, there are more of them in my written testimony, but just want to highlight Art All Night Mount Pleasant, which was a huge success despite the remnants of a hurricane coming over the city on that day. We had over 40 volunteers, 95 participating businesses, and 5,000 attendees, and about 400 impressions on all media platforms, which is a 23% increase over the previous year. And then multiple businesses, despite the weather, reported over 50% increase in revenue over a normal busy Friday. Also, the monthly awareness events, cultural events that we hold in Columbia Heights, which is vendor market, live music, and food, was honored by the mayor this year for being an important community event. So that series of events was also quite successful. And then talking directly about DSLBD, I think first of all, the one-time addition in funding was really great for us and our program. We were able to assist in hiring a technical assistance coordinator who specifically led to a lot more businesses applying for grants. And FY24, our corridor saw 6 businesses win robust retail grants, which was a huge thing. That is the most accessible grant for business owners in the district because it's easy to apply for. And then, is that time?
Yep, your time has expired.
Okay.
Hate to cut off
Thank
a fellow
you for the
Tiger.
opportunity.
I appreciate your testimony, and I want to turn next to Commissioner Trupti Patel. Good Morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie. Thank you for holding this hearing so that I can enter my comments into the record. I apologize that I did not have a chance to submit written testimony before you. I don't even have anything written out. The reason why I'm appearing before you today, sir, is I have some deep concerns and questions around the process for the Foggy Bottom Main Street / West End, which I was told that has gone through and it has been awarded. And the reason why I'm flagging this for you is that the entire process has been fraught with caginess and exclusion of much of the ANC2A commissioners, a lot of different community members. I had flagged this as a concern earlier in 2024 in the month of April, which I will submit to you as part of my written record. And the response from Councilwoman Pinto's team was that, oh, there will be plenty of meetings. This was just one to have, like, we will be, like, this will be a long process. So imagine my surprise when I find out at a community organization's holiday party where they, quietly start telling their members that they've been awarded the Main Street program with absolutely no input or even just a courtesy to come to the ANC commission about this. So that's number one. And number two, it even gets more awkward because then I'm introduced to the incoming executive director of the Foggy Bottom West End Main Street program. And so the reason why I'm coming to you, sir, is explain this to me like I'm 5, because I, along with some of my colleagues on the commission, as well as other community members and residents, don't understand how this could happen. Like, this is a huge thing that's happening in our ANC commission. It's been something that has been in the works for almost 2 decades, from my understanding. This is something that's been requested, and yet no one thought to gather any input or insight from us. And I find it really, really disturbing. It sounds like this was a very much inside baseball job, and I just want this entire process to be done in a fair, transparent, and ethical way. This isn't a project that should belong to, a very hyper local organization and a cherry few select people. And the optics of it just look really bad. And I don't want to see a Main Street get scandalized before it even has a chance to come to fruition. So I would really appreciate if your team could look into this. And I see I'm over time, and I really apologize that I've got to bring this to you, but if anybody can get me a response, it's you. So
No, I
I can
appreciate that.
I can
don't
try
think
to
there's-
answer questions.
I don't think there's any reason to have to apologize. I think this process, as is all processes in the government, particularly where contracting and awards are made, they should be fair, transparent, and equitable. So I appreciate your leadership in bringing this to the attention of the committee. We will certainly look into it and inquire about this with DSLBD. So thank you for your testimony and having the courage to bring this to the committee.
You're welcome, Chairperson McDuffie. And I know you got to go on. I just wanted to let you know, since you asked about cookies, in ANC 2A, there is Captain Cookie. And so when you keep
I
your
know
promise.
Captain Cookie very well.
So next time
Captain Cookie. Yeah. No,
So-
I've been a fan of Captain Cookie, and I've spent a significant portion of my income over the years there. So
So when you come visit ANC 2A like you promised you would, we'll make sure that you have the opportunity to go visit Captain Cookie. So ANC 2A would love to have you.
no, I appreciate that. I'm happy to visit ANC 2A, but just to be clear, I know Captain Cookie. It will not be a new visit to Captain Cookie.
Understood, sir.
So I appreciate it, Commissioner. Next is Dr. Christopher Williams. Good morning to you. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Williams. During today's hearing, there was a recurrent theme of encouraging social justice advocates to look for spending cuts to essentially fund their budget requests on addressing poverty and housing justice. And although I had prepared remarks on encouraging the district to do more for the small business ecosystem, I want to deviate from those remarks to directly address Mr. McDuffie's concerns.
Dr. Williams, I wanted to just let you know that your video is not on. I'm not sure if you intend for it to be off, but I wanted to just give you an opportunity to turn it on if you'd like.
Thanks. I want to deviate from those remarks to directly address Mr. McDuffie's concerns because the big picture is important here. First, the district struggles with performing many essential government functions. Take public education that is deeply unequal. Due to the city's demographic shift, DC public education resembles a new era of segregation. The overall quality of district schools is a national embarrassment. 72% of Black DC public school 8th grade students are below basic in grade level math, the lowest performance level. 51% below basic in 8th grade reading. So we're having to solve problems of poverty because the needs of our educational system are unaddressed. With poverty, racial inequity, and low educational attainment defining much of the system, Council asks public witnesses to find cuts, which leads to my second point. There are no ongoing system-wide evaluations of district programs. We shouldn't just cut programs and staff without data on outcomes and performance. It's not just a question of, did we spend the money without fraud, waste, or abuse? We should also be asking, what were substantive outcomes and impediments to effective implementation and evaluation? We should be asking this about education and whether billions spent on school renovation and construction are the best investment. One issue that I have had personal experience with is that a district agency waited until the last quarter of the fiscal year to announce health grants. Nonprofits had to plan, execute, and evaluate the program in a very small window. This rush does not optimize outcomes. Another issue is the community benefits agreements. The district and ANCs have negotiated hundreds of community benefits agreements. My ANC, 6D, is looking at this issue and raising the question whether projects from 20 years ago ever made good on their promise of community benefits. These benefits included direct subsidies and program support to nonprofits and schools. This issue is most crystallized with National Stadium. The district did not build small business space at Nationals Park that its own government agency was supposed to construct. Broadly, there is no central tracking or uniform enforcement of community benefits commitments. How much is owed to communities for unrealized community benefits? These are just some key contextual factors of the issues that Mr. McDuffie raised around balancing social needs and economic realities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate that, Dr. Christopher Williams. And I know that you did mention you were deviating from your written testimony, so I really appreciate you doing that, given that you had intended to probably testify slightly differently. So thank you for that. Our next witness who signed up to testify virtually is Amanda Leal. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, council members. Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Liao, and I am testifying as a Ward 1 resident and as a taxpayer. I have lived in Ward 1 since 2020, and I've come to really love my neighbors and small businesses, local nonprofits and street vendors and more. And I think that the city has a really vibrant creative energy that often appears to blossom in spite of significant underinvestment in our communities who live here. I want to echo what a lot of folks in their testimonies have said today. As an individual supporter of the Fair Budget Coalition that empowers DC community members to advocate for a budget that prioritizes racial justice so that every resident can achieve economic security and live in dignity. I also am an individual supporter of the All In for DC campaign that has a plan to raise resources by making our tax system more equitable. And I believe that one way forward is community wealth building, which is an economic development strategy that's used in a growing number of cities that focuses on cooperative and worker ownership of businesses and also permanently affordable housing. I think that as I continue to learn about the history and the present of the city, it is very clear to me that the racial wealth gap has only grown wider. Specifically, Black and Brown residents are being priced out and displaced. They experience disproportionately high rates of poverty, including child poverty, that affects so many areas of life, from housing to education to health, and that also affects residents generationally. And this matters to me because I don't think that we should be taking the soul of a city for granted. You know, I see small businesses like neighborhood grocery stores and my favorite restaurants and businesses in Chinatown closing regularly or being threatened because elected officials prioritize building the wealth of larger outside corporations instead of investing in the artists and entrepreneurs and people who are already here. And I consider it my responsibility as someone who chose to make DC my home, that I am part of making it racially equitable and affordable and thriving for the working class, because the parts of the city that I love are the small businesses and artists and community gardens and street vendors and nonprofits. I'm not here because I want to walk around another business district with lots of towering glass buildings. I want the plazas where people are dancing and eating and gardening and painting. And I think that there is a path forward that empowers local communities from the ground up to meet their own needs. And so while I leave it to, the experts in the room, the leaders and advocates who have and will continue to share the specifics of taxing wealth to fund these priorities and close the racial wealth gap, I just want to emphasize, this path benefits all of us. And I say that as a resident and as a taxpayer here in DC. Thank you so much for your time.
Sure. And thank you for your testimony. Did you have an opportunity to submit your testimony to us in writing already?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I really appreciate that. Wanted to make sure it's a part of the record. Dr. Christopher Williams, as you mentioned, your testimony deviated from what you had written. I don't know if you like, obviously we have this on the record because you just testified, but if there's anything else you would like to submit in writing, we obviously would welcome that. And we will follow up with you, Commissioner Patel, and address this when DSLBD testifies before us. And I appreciate everybody who testified on this panel. So thank you. Our next panel of public witnesses are signed up to testify on the Public Service Commission, or PSC. The mission of the PSC is to serve the public interest by ensuring that financially healthy electric, natural gas, and telecommunications companies provide safe, reliable, and quality utility services at reasonable rates for District of Columbia residential, business, and government customers. With that, I'm going to call those who signed up to testify in person first, and then turn to our witnesses who are joining virtually. Abdabais, Mark Rotifer, Karen Gladding, Hannah Lipstein, and that's the first four. Your name is? Okay, that's right. Just make sure. No worries. And your name is? Okay. Lipstein. Are you Karen Gladding? Oh, awesome. Welcome. Don't see Mark Rotifer, so I'm going to move to our next. Claire Hacker. Is Claire Hacker in person? Perfect. Come on up. These are all the witnesses who've signed up to testify in person. I want to thank you for testifying in person here at the John A. Wilson Building. We're going to begin with Abdabais.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, committee members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the performance of the DC Public Service Commission. I have a 3-year-old granddaughter and expect a grandson to be born within the next 7 days. I care greatly about their future on this earth, Because I am retired, I have time to follow the actions of the Public Service Commission via the docket, and I do. The Commission has taken a number of commendable steps since the last performance oversight hearing. Washington Gas Project Pipes 3 was not approved, and the company had to go back to the drawing board. The Commission opened a comprehensive investigation into Washington Gas's system leak reduction practices, which is ongoing. Development of a standardized benefit cost analysis framework is now finally back on track, foundational because the cost test helps determine the prudency of all gas and electric utility projects. Integrated planning initiatives will be undertaken for both the gas and the electric utilities, which is very significant. But there are questions about how the Commission will ensure that all relevant stakeholders' interests are considered in developing these plans. Concerns remain that the utilities' interests carry inordinate weight. 3 significant deficits impact energy planning initiatives: the need for additional in-house Public Service Commission staff expertise, the missing benefit of meaningful interagency collaboration, particularly with the Department of Energy and Environment, the lack of parity regarding utility data access. To date, the Commission has not used its regulatory authority to compel the needed data from the utilities that would enable effective planning. The Commission needs to develop information sharing protocols and build a data hub available to all relevant stakeholders. Unfortunately, the individual siloed planning exercises for PEPCO and Washington Gas fail to coordinate decarbonization activities across the 2 utilities, despite the fact that holistic planning would help prevent redundant, wasteful infrastructure investments. Are you looking for my testimony, sir? Yeah, my written is in, it's just longer. In conclusion, I'm concerned that as regards energy planning, the electric and gas utilities have too big a seat at the table. The Public Service Commission must be more assertive in providing guidance to the utilities. Infrastructure investments must be cost-effective and tied to the climate commitments set forth by the Council and the Mayor's administration. In addition, I would like to see the DC Council take a more active role, as happens in other jurisdictions like California, where legislation enables electrification paired with gas decommissioning. The DC Council has legislative authority as yet unexercised, and the PSC is obliged to implement what the Council directs it to do. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Next. If you can hit the button. There you go.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hanno Lipstein. I've been a Ward 1 resident for the past year and a half, and I hope to remain in DC for many years to come. As a DC renter and ratepayer, I place my trust in the Public Service Commission to fulfill their stated mission of ensuring safe and reliable delivery of utility services while modernizing our grid, conserving natural resources, preserving environmental quality, and advancing our climate goals. That the PSC has yet to reject Washington Gas's newest methane gas expansion plan reveals their lack of accountability to fulfilling any part of this mission. District unsafe is not only unnecessary, given Washington Gas's existing obligation to service its infrastructure, but it promises to entrench the presence of dirty methane in DC's energy portfolio, and it burdens ratepayers like myself with footing the bill for decades to come. While there are a host of reasons to oppose Project Pipes, I'd like to say a bit about why I care so much. 2024 toppled the records to become the hottest year in recorded history. I'm sure I do not need to remind you that we are now governed by a president who has vowed to accelerate the extraction and burning of fossil fuels. The morning after the election, I opened the news and wept because I understood that whatever last chance we stood of averting 1.5 degrees warming is gone. In fact, according to the UN, we are currently on track to top 2.6 degrees by the end of this century, and that was under the previous Paris climate commitments from the United States. To say that the impacts of this will be catastrophic is a profound understatement. Yet I am here today because I understand that every ton of carbon we can keep out of the atmosphere, every tenth of a degree averted matters, because warming is cumulative and expressed through compounding effects. It is more important than ever that we pursue citywide and regional efforts to limit fossil fuels in our lives. We must be even more aggressive in our pursuit of decarbonization because this is the difference in feet of sea level rise in the city, in hundreds of thousands of lives in the nation, in millions of species around the planet. The Public Service Commission must make the long overdue decision of rejecting Project Pipes once and for all. Then they must lead on an integrated and comprehensive energy plan to decarbonize DC. We do not need an undifferentiated bailout of methane gas infrastructure. We need a thoughtful, purposeful, and immediate phase out of fossil fuels. We need to be doing everything in our power in our progressive city to chip away at the greenhouse gas contributions that are killing us. Lining the pockets of those who profit from the problem is not necessary, wise, nor ethically acceptable. The Public Service Commission is the intermediary between the residents of the districts like me and the corporations that have every incentive to harm us. It is accountable to the council and accountable to the residents of DC. I trust that you will ensure that they do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and give you feedback about the Public Service Commission. These opportunities are all too few, frankly, and part of the reason I'm here. I'm Karen Gladding. I'm a 12-year resident of Ward 6. I am also part of the Beyond Gas Coalition, many members of which you see here today, and I represent Third Act, a group of community elders deeply concerned about climate change. So today I would like to first make the observation that none of our commissioners are present. I would think that they would like to have feedback about from the public about their own operations. So I let that observation stand. Although the Public Service Commission is instrumental to DC's carbon neutrality commitments and protecting us from the harms of methane gas, I'd like to comment today on its lack of public transparency and responsiveness, its failure to address the impact of its directives on our climate goals, and specifically its negligence in responsibly regulating Washington Gas's multi-billion-dollar project Pipes. The PSC has a stated goal of community engagement, yet there are few open public meetings with opportunities for comment like we have here today. In fact, I can't think of one in 2024. I would like to encourage this committee and the City Council to require PSC schedule public forums with the commissioners present. Resident concerns must be addressed. Additionally, agendas should be made public more than 2 days in advance. Please, it makes it difficult to organize and respond. The PSC says that it has an important integral role to play in meeting DC's climate goals, yet its directives and decisions do not address impacts on these goals. I would like to urge this committee to require that the PSC explicitly address DC's climate goals in all of its rulings. The PSC also has a mission of providing safe utility services at reasonable rates, yet it has allowed Project Pipes and the ill-named district SAFE to move forward. It is not safe. Methane is a known pollutant, dangerous for personal health. Leaks and explosions continue despite 10 years of repairs and $291 million. The project derails our commitment to carbon neutrality with heavy investment in a fossil fuel infrastructure. In closing, I would simply like to summarize by saying I would like you to please demand that the PSC improve transparency, respond to public concerns, address DC's climate goals, and end the expensive, dangerous, and climate-threatening Project Pipes. Thank you.
You for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, council members, and staff. My name is Claire Hacker, and I've been a DC resident for 1 year. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony as someone concerned about the health and future of DC's residents. And while I'm sure some of what I'm going to say is going to echo themes already raised by my counterparts here, I want to assure you that I'm speaking from my own heart and that the importance of these issues can't be overstated. So I'm here to emphasize that the Public Service Commission has a critical role to play in upholding DC's goals to address the climate crisis, and that they must do so in part by rejecting Washington Gas's latest proposal, District Safe. I'm a biologist by training, a professional in the environmental field, and a lover of the outdoors. But whether or not we love nature, we are part of it. Humans are a part of the natural world, yet we are throwing that system out of balance in catastrophic ways. In my lifetime, I have mourned the loss of snowy winters where I grew up. I have seen an increase in dangerously hot summers like we experienced last year, and I've heard from friends about their loved ones being impacted by ever more destructive wildfires and hurricanes. The climate crisis is the most critical issue of our time. The DC government recognizes this and has shown great leadership in addressing the climate crisis by legally committing to become carbon neutral by 2045. However, that commitment still needs to be realized, and the PSC is a key player in determining whether DC will make good on its promise. The PSC currently has before it a proposal from Washington Gas called District Safe, although methane gas is anything but safe. This is simply a rebranding of Washington Gas's Accelerated Pipe Replacement Program, known until recently as Project Pipes. Project Pipes is ineffective. The project has been underway for a decade, but methane gas leaks have increased, and in 2023, there were more than 1,000 hazardous leaks across the district. The project is also expensive. It is projected to cost ratepayers more than billions of dollars over its lifetime, and its per-home cost is more expensive than electrification would be. And critically, Project Pipes is inherently at odds with DC's climate commitments. It would lock DC into decades more of reliance on the methane gas system that contributes a quarter of DC's greenhouse gas emissions. Last year, the PSC rejected the Project Pipes Phase 3 proposal, and it must do the same with the latest plan, District Safe. More fundamentally, the PSC must hold utilities accountable for the emissions they cause and regulate these utilities to align with DC's commitment to carbon neutrality. The PSC must also lead a comprehensive and integrated energy planning for DC and must receive additional support and expertise to do so. In conclusion, the PSC must actively fulfill their role in implementing DC's ambitious and necessary climate commitments, including by rejecting District Safe. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
And thank you each for your testimony this morning. Just wanted to follow up on, I think it was Karen Gladding, who mentioned that there hasn't been a single public meeting on this topic, and you would encourage the commission to do so. I wanted if you could just clarify and make clear so I understand and can ask that question to Oversight, what your concern is about transparency around the meetings.
So Chairman McDuffie, thank you. I will admit that I have not been in town for the entirety of 2024. However, I do follow this fairly closely. It appears that there have been opportunities to make written comments about cases, but no opportunity to actually have a public-facing meeting with the commissioners and have them respond in person to our concerns. Anne, would you like to follow up on that? You probably know better. Okay.
All right, and we'll follow up. I'll put that question to the chairman when they testify before the committee later this week. So I appreciate you raising it and all the concerns that you all raised on testimony this morning and for joining us in person. I'm sure we'll hear from some of your colleagues who are testifying virtually some of the themes and concerns as well. So thank you. I understand that. Okay, I understand that Mark Rotifer is actually joining us virtually. So we're going to make a call for all our virtual witnesses: Mark Rotifer, Claire Mills, Matthias Paulchen, Jessica Lusty, Barbara Briggs, Charles Spring, Linda Vernoy, Jim Doherty, Jonathan Lepolis, Max Broad, Zane Snyder Cox, Soren Kim, Alina Lackey, Paula Hirschkoff, and Max Broad are the virtual witnesses. We'll migrate you over, making a call. Final call for those witnesses. And good morning. Are we still in morning? No, we're now in the afternoon. Good afternoon to the folks joining us virtually. We'll start with Mark Rotifer.
Thank you, Councilman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify today at the Public Service Commission Performance Oversight Hearing. My name is Mark Rotifer, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Sierra Club, which has thousands of members and supporters in DC. We believe the performance of the Public Service Commission has been poor because it has stymied DC's climate commitments while allowing unreasonable utility rate increases that hurt DC families. DC has committed to eliminate all climate pollution over the next 20 years, which will require a transition off fossil fuels. This means that DC's buildings, which are responsible for about 3/4 of our climate pollution, will need to transition off of fossil fuels like methane gas for heat, and instead use efficient electric appliances like heat pumps. Building electrification is DC's official climate policy, but the Public Service Commission does not seem to have gotten the memo. Despite the district's building electrification commitments, a majority of the commission is making this transition harder by allowing massive increases in electricity rates that burden DC families, especially our most vulnerable residents. Last year, the commission voted 2-1 to allow PEPCO to profiteer off the backs of DC residents with an unprecedented $123 million rate increase that will cost the average DC resident almost $150. The commission approved this gigantic electric rate increase without requiring PEPCO to detail exactly how this huge amount of ratepayer money would be spent, and without ensuring that the money is spent in a prudent manner, ensuring that ratepayers are not overcharged. The commission abandoned the traditional regulatory practice of allowing rate increases that are prudent, and instead gave PEPCO a blank check to, gave them blanket approval to charge more money to customers for reasons that are not specified in detail. This would be akin to the DC Council awarding a $123 million contract to build a school, but with few details on how the money would be spent, allowing the contractor to potentially waste taxpayer dollars with no oversight. It's essentially a $123 million giveaway that puts PEPCO shareholder interests ahead of the public interest. The dissent in this case said the majority's rationale for allowing the rate hike was, quote, could be summarized as because PEPCO said so. The dissenting opinion called the majority decision a, quote, backwards approach to rate making and, quote, a regulatory train wreck that unreasonably promotes PEPCO's interests at the expense of ratepayers. The dissenting commissioner is no radical. He was a career Public Service Commission staffer who served as the commission's general counsel starting in 1997 and was appointed as a commissioner in 2016 by Mayor Bowser. Sadly, because he has not fallen victim to severe regulatory capture and instead believes the electric utility should not be allowed to fleece ratepayers, he is outside the mainstream in today's Public Service Commission. My written testimony includes discussion on a number of gas cases before the commission, where the commission is making little progress on implementing DC's climate commitment to electrify. Councilman McDuffie, this committee needs to improve its oversight of the Public Service Commission.
Mr. Rotifer, your time has expired. I'm going to move next to Claire Mills. Is Claire Mills present?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, council members, and council staff. Thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Claire Mills, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. At CCAN, our mission is to turn the entire Chesapeake region, including the district, into a national leader for climate stability. DC is already a leader on climate with strong commitments to emissions reductions and innovative blueprint programs like Solar for All, thanks to the leadership of the DC Council. But in order to actually realize these commitments and implement these programs, the Public Service Commission must take its role of regulating our utilities far more seriously. The clean energy transition is already underway in the district. The Public Service Commission must recognize the true cost of failing to manage this transition. To reach carbon neutrality by 2045, as the district law requires, one projection shows a 92% reduction in gas delivered to customers between 2018 and 2050. As the district moves towards electrification as mandated by law, stranded gas assets and costs could reach $2.1 billion or more by 2050. With a substantial part of the gas system no longer used or useful, gas customers will nonetheless continue to be on the hook for the enormous infrastructure costs unless the Public Service Commission embraces its leadership role and pursues proactive planning to address these costs. I'm encouraged by the Commission's decision to open an integrated distribution system planning docket, 1182, and request comments on the relevancy of a gas planning docket, 1167, but the Commission must genuinely lead these planning processes, not take a backseat to the desires of the monopoly utility companies if these dockets are going to lead to any productive planning that addresses rising utility costs for district residents and puts us on the path to realizing our climate commitments. Unfortunately, the Commission has consistently failed to put DC residents and a livable future for our communities above the interests of monopoly utilities. In 2024, the Commission approved a multi-year unprecedented $123 million PEPCO rate hike, a decision the dissenting commissioner summarized as simply because PEPCO said so. Now, the Commission is considering a rate increase structure for Washington Gas, which effectively incentivizes additional gas use in opposition to the district's climate commitments and incentivizes Washington Gas to spend more on capital investments that support future gas use that is not in line with our climate commitments. Although in 2024, the Commission did reject the next phase of Washington Gas's accelerated pipeline replacement project pipes, they also allowed Washington Gas to simply refile nearly the exact same program, renamed to District Safe. The Commission asked the utility to address specific concerns with the original project pipes proposal, including climate and cost concerns. But the newly proposed program makes only gestures at addressing stranded assets, or the ballooning costs of the program, or the climate concerns many folks have raised today. Ultimately, it still locks the district into long-term spending on infrastructure we simply do not need, and the Commission must once and for all reject this expensive and ineffective proposal and the accelerated pipeline replacement project entirely, and instead require Washington Gas to truly invest in targeted leak repair while the Commission genuinely plans for the clean energy future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Matthias Paustian. Good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Matthias Paustian. I live in Ward 4. I speak here today in my personal capacity. I don't represent any other organization. Today, I'd like to sketch a path forward for a gas utility, Washington Gas, to move from being an obstacle to the achievement of our goals of clean and affordable heating energy in the District of Columbia to being part of the solution. How could WGL become part of the solution instead of being a big problem? The answer is found in an order of the regulator, the Public Service Commission, from April of 2023. In that order, number 21593, in formal case 1167, the Commission wrote, "While we cannot directly limit WGL's sale of natural gas, we can certainly encourage, through regulation, the development of alternative fuels by the company, including those that are non-combustible." I'd like to kindly ask you, Councilmember McDuffie, to ask the chairman of the Public Service Commission the following 3 questions on that topic. What did you have in mind when you wrote, "Encourage through regulation the development of non-combustible fuels by the company"? What on earth does that mean? That's the first question. Second question, why haven't you actually followed through on that idea and put in place regulations that do result in the development of non-combustible fuels by that company, Washington Gas? That's the second question. Third question, when are you actually going to do it? When are you going to put in place those regulations that encourage those alternative non-combustible fuels? So I'm going to answer those 3 questions myself. Alternative non-combustible fuels that would put Washington Gas on a path to being part of the solution instead of the problem would be the development of geothermal energy networks. Those would be networks that Washington Gas would operate that would basically collect heat from various sources, ground source, air source, residual heat from industrial or other commercial sources, pipe them through a medium of water into people's homes, into commercial establishments' homes, and do that as a business model. Own the pipes, earn a rate of return on those pipes, sell heating services, stay in business, be a financially healthy utility. Why hasn't the company done it if it's such a good idea? Because AltaGas is held by a holding company that invests heavily in the transmission of gas. When is the Public Service Commission finally going to do it? I cannot tell you, but I hope it'll do it tomorrow. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I yield my 5 seconds.
And thank you for your testimony. Have you had opportunity to submit your testimony in writing? I appreciate how you frame that.
I'm sorry, I haven't. I'll write it up and I'll send it to you. It's
Okay.
mostly impromptu.
All right, thank you for that. Our next witness is Jessica Lusty. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members, and staff. I am Jessica Epperson Lusty, testifying as a concerned resident. In the 25 years I've lived in the district, evidence demonstrating that the extraction, transportation, and combustion of fossil fuels is detrimental to human health, as well as the health of our ecological and economic systems, has continued to mount. Over this period, I have also witnessed our institutions sustain their commitment to maintaining the fossil fuel regime. When in 2023, the PSC was positioned to approve yet another phase of WGL's plan, then going by the name of Stop Project Pipes, which would lock the district into methane gas for another many decades, I was disappointed, moved to educate myself and take action. I thankfully was not alone. A coalition of volunteer residents taking time away from their professional and personal obligations joined together to advocate against this short-sighted and dangerous plan. A plan that runs contrary to the PSC's stated mission to advance the district's climate commitments. While I was encouraged to see the PSC push back on this expensive, ineffective, and backstepping plan, I was disheartened to see the plan resubmitted marginally modified under the new and misleading name District Safe. Thus, I'm back here urging those of you in charge of overseeing the Public Service Commission to ensure that the latest version of WGL's plan to lock us into the use of unsafe source of energy is not approved. I'm here to implore those of you who have the power and mandate to do so to oversee the PSC to the effect that it navigates a course that actually ensures the safety of our energy systems for all beings. This requires a safe transition off of methane gas, not a reinvestment in the future of a system that has conclusively been determined to be unsafe, unreliable, and exponentially costly to people and the planet. I'm here to ask you to insist the PSC exercise leadership, recruit the expertise, and demonstrate the backbone required to develop and implement a comprehensive integrated energy plan that actually fulfills the Public Service Commission's mandate to ensure safe, reliable, and quality utility service at reasonable rates. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for taking the time to provide that testimony to the committee. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Barbara Briggs. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You begin your testimony. You will have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Councilmember McDuffie. Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Briggs. I'm a member of Friends Meeting of Washington and a convener for the Beyond Gas Faith Climate Initiative, in which our Quaker meeting is deeply involved. My colleagues and I are among the thousands of DC residents, congregations, climate, and community advocates to whom moving the district off gas is a matter of urgency. We are looking to DC government and specifically the Public Service Commission and this committee for leadership in accelerating the district's transition off gas. We all know that in order to meet the carbon emissions reduction targets to which DC is bound by law, we must transition off burning fossil fuels. But there's rising awareness that burning gas creates health-harming pollutants as well. Nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, fine particulates, benzene, and formaldehyde, to name just a few. In September, our Beyond Gas Coalition released the results of a 24-month community science, community science investigation of families' exposure to nitrogen dioxide emissions from gas stoves. I've attached our report for the record. We tested 663 homes in DC and Montgomery County. Here's what we found when we ran the stoves for just a half an hour. Almost 2/3 of homes had nitrogen dioxide levels at or above the 100 parts per billion the EPA recommends as the maximum for a 1-hour exposure. In DC, it was worse. 77% of homes tested above 100 parts per billion, and the average nitrogen dioxide measure was 181 parts per billion, nearly twice the EPA's health protective standard. We ran a smaller number of tests for longer periods of time and in other parts of the homes. We found that nitrogen dioxide does not quickly dissipate when the stove is turned off. It hangs around for hours. It also moves beyond the kitchen, even to upper floor bedrooms. We are now doing another round of testing focused on heating systems. It's early days in our testings, but I can tell you that we are finding high levels of nitrogen dioxide in some homes, including my own apartment. The measure in my bedroom this morning when I woke up was over 100 parts per billion. We need to move DC off gas to do our share to avert catastrophic climate disruption. But when we do so, our families will also be healthier. This is a once in 4 generations transition in energy resources. In energy sources, it's not going to be accomplished simply through market forces. It requires proactive management to be done efficiently and in a way that does not leave DC's lower income families behind. We ask that the Public Service Commission and this committee take that leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. I'm going to turn next to Jonathan Lipolis, I think is the person who's actually available. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. I know there are a lot of witnesses who are waiting to testify, so thank you for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Jonathan Lipolis. I'm a student at the George Washington University. I've been a DC resident for the past 3 years, and I will try to make this testimony brief as I do have to get to class. My name is Jonathan Lipolis. I'm speaking on behalf of the George Washington University Environmental Justice Action Network. We are a student organization that recognizes and seeks to end the disproportionate effects of climate change and environmental degradation on underprivileged communities. We come from all over the District of Columbia, the country, and the world. We spent our youth watching and wondering what was being done to the world that we would inherit. Now that we are here, let me give you a brief synopsis of what we see. We see Los Angeles homes turned into craters by wildfires. We see the streets of Asheville, North Carolina, turned into jigsaw puzzles of mud and debris. And we also see that 2024 was the hottest year on record. Closer to home, we see how sea level rise is threatening operations at America's largest naval base in Virginia. We see historic islands being swallowed whole in the Chesapeake Bay, and we see the beaches of Delaware eroding into the Atlantic Ocean. Worryingly, we also see that despite all of these national and local reasons to act, the nation's capital still gets 57% of its electricity from fossil fuels, natural gas, coal, and oil. We see PEPCO failing to achieve its minuscule mandate to develop renewable power purchasing agreements for 5% of DC standard operating service. We also see renewables generating only 15% of our energy, while much larger states such as Texas generate 31% of their energy from renewables. To put it lightly, and I hope you'll agree, what we see is not a pretty picture, but we choose to believe that things can change for the better. We know they can. The PSC, for example, can increase the mandate for renewable power purchasing agreements to at least 33% of DC's SOS, and institute a penalty for PEPCO failing to meet the current 5% mandate. While not a fix-all, implementing these measures would be a solid stride in the right direction, and we hope you will take them. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for making the time to provide testimony. Really appreciate that, given you have some classes. We're going to turn next to Max Broad. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. All right, Max Broad is actually here in person and can testify in person. So you can begin your testimony. Thanks for joining us in person. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, great. Thanks for your flexibility here. The presidential administration has made it clear that they're not only going to stop climate progress, but also going to reverse it. And from day one, they not only opened up new oil and gas development, but they halted one of our most promising cost-effective trajectories of clean energy with offshore wind. What gives me hope in this era is finding ways that we as individuals, businesses, and as a city can step forward. You've no doubt heard about the LA wildfires brought up throughout the hearing. And we know here that in DC, we're not insulated from severe storms, flooding, and overwhelming heat. I know you as a council member hear about this all the time from your constituents throughout the city. Extreme weather events and persistent patterns that are sadly often felt most by people who did the least to contribute to the problem. That's why I believe it's in the public interest of the Public Service Commission to plan our transition off of fossil fuel gas, one of the leading drivers of climate change. One area of agreement I have with Washington Gas is that they want to protect DC residents from unsafe sources of energy. That's why they have crafted a plan titled District Safe. However, this plan maintains volatile energy sources being piped through our communities. We've seen the consequences of this in recent gas explosions in DC. I do not disagree that the benefits that methane gas has provided to our society. Yet, rather than lock us into continued fossil fuel infrastructure, we should find a new path that incorporates climate solutions, protects our community from explosive gases, and provides equitable change that protects the health of our neighbors and is more cost efficient than funding gas infrastructure. To do so, I joined the chorus for the PSC to conduct a comprehensive and integrated energy plan for decarbonizing the district's buildings. It will be critical that the PSC invites additional expertise as well as interagency and broad stakeholder involvement. And just thank you for the time. And I see my name was on the witness list twice, so I apologize if I signed up twice.
No, it's fine. We caught it. So I appreciate you joining us in person too. So thanks for your testimony. We have, I believe, Zane Snyder Cox has joined us virtually. So I'm going to call you now, and I appreciate you joining us virtually. You're going to have 3 minutes to begin your testimony. Soren Kim would be our next witness.
Hello.
Oh, perfect. All right. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Soren Kim, and I'm here as a member of GW's Environmental Justice Action Network, along with Jonathan. We're working with the Citizens Climate Lobby. Growing up in California, I was always surrounded by nature with the ocean, the snow to the east, and then my hills in my backyard. The environment has always been an integral part of my life, and I was proud to live in a state whose legislative body shares its constituents' perspective on conservation. Coming to DC, I expected no different, but unfortunately, I found myself proved wrong. DC still generates over half of its electricity from fossil fuels, including coal, natural gas, and oil. That is unacceptable. Other states have made much greater progress in transitioning to clean energy, including California, who already generates over half of its electricity from renewable sources. As the nation's capital, I believe that we should be setting an example for our country to look to, not waiting for those we govern to take action and then following in their footsteps. Climate change is a very real and very present threat. The past few weeks, I would open my phone to emails from Cal Matters, and every morning I was reminded of the terrifying impacts of climate change. I saw my friends and my family displaced by the fires ravaging the Los Angeles area, exacerbated by all-time droughts and a lack of adequate infrastructure to mitigate the issue. It pains me to see that we can see the devastating impacts of climate change in real time and still put our financial needs above the future of our planet. The DOE planned for district SOS PPAs back in 2018, and we are curious to see what is causing the delay. One of the PSC's core responsibilities is advancing the district's climate policy commitments, and yet PEPCO has yet to comply with the 5% mandate for renewables. If we really want to achieve the DOE's goal of 100% electricity from renewable energy by 2032, we must take action swiftly. There should be a clear penalty for noncompliance with the 5% mandate, but even more importantly, we believe that 5% is far too low. If we are serious about meeting our climate commitments, we need to be aiming for at least 33% of SOS and renewable PPAs by 2032. we really want to look at the reason for this lack of momentum, we can look to the status quo. PEPCO is locked in a contract with fossil fuel providers, hindering the process instead of making necessary changes. But in reality, fossil fuels are now more expensive than renewable energy, and continuing to rely on outdated, costly, and polluting sources of power is not just an environmental failure, it's an economic one. Today, we have a choice to make. We need to decide if we will allow greed to dictate our energy future or if we will take action to secure clean, affordable energy for DC residents. The answer should be clear. We need real enforcement, stronger renewable mandates, and immediate action to transition to clean energy. The time is waiting for over, and we simply cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you for your time.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Had a little trouble hearing it, but wanted to check in to see if you had the opportunity to submit it in writing.
Yes, it's submitted.
Oh, awesome, awesome. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to provide your testimony and submit it in writing.
Thank you for
Linda Vernoy. Good afternoon to you. You can unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and begin your testimony.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Kenya McDuffie. I live in Ward 5, where my backyard is regularly flooded from the increased precipitation from climate change. And I represent Citizens Climate Lobby, the DC chapter, which has about 1,700 members in the district. As our George Washington University students astutely mentioned, 2024 was the hottest year on record. So it's a challenge for low-income residents dealing with triple-digit heat in the summer as they have to get to public transit. And as I think another person mentioned, the mission of the Public Service Commission, part of the mission is advancement of the District of Columbia's climate policy commitments. And we're failing to see this happen with the current fuel mix based on the 2022 report of over a 57% fossil fuels to generate our electricity. That makes DC a laggard behind many other states. California is currently using renewable energy to generate 54% of its electricity. We'd like to see DC, our nation's capital, be a leader in the generation of renewable energy for our electricity. And knowing that our electricity, as we transit more to electrification of buildings to cleaner electricity, we want to see us meet our goals of 100% clean electricity. And the DOEE Strategic Electrification Plan projects that in 2032, we'll still have 33% fossil fuels on the PJM grid. So we would like to see PSC make it a mandate that utilities generate 33% of the electricity in the district from renewable power purchase agreements, which, as one of our astute students said, is now cheaper than fossil fuels. So it's costing us both in our climate impacts and in the costs of the residents that they have to pay for electricity. I have children, and I'm concerned that we are allowing PEPCO to take so long in generating renewable power purchase agreements. And we don't know why it's taking so long. So it's time for the council to demand and mandate a higher percentage of renewable energy power purchase agreements. Thank you so much for your time, for giving me the time.
No, thank you for taking the time to provide testimony to the council. We appreciate it. Lena Lackey, Paula Hirschkoff, I think, is actually present. So let's turn to Paula Hirschkoff. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie. Thanks for this opportunity to present my views on the Public Service Commission. My name is Paula Hirschkoff, and I'm a Ward 3 resident who has lived in Washington since 1977. Over more than almost 5 decades, I have walked throughout the city, enjoying its parks and neighborhoods. But only recently did I realize that underground pipes were leaking methane all over the city, above and below ground. These leaks contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. Moreover, they can be dangerous, leading to possible asphyxiation or explosions. Our city leaders have enacted forceful climate commitments, such as a 50% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The Commission is responsible for proactively regulating Washington Gas to ensure that the company maintains a safe and cost-effective gas delivery system while meeting those climate commitments. Yet the gas company's system maintenance program, combined with accelerated pipe replacement, has failed to keep up with gas leaks. Between 2022 and 23, the number of gas leaks declined only 0.16%, according to the PSC website. 87% of leaks that year were deemed hazardous. And in rejecting Project Pipes Phase 3, the Commission directed Washington Gas to submit a restructured, strategically targeted pipe replacement plan to improve this unsatisfactory performance. It's notable that the Commission is currently conducting a comprehensive investigation into the company's leak reduction practices. Washington Gas has spent 10 years replacing infrastructure under Project Pipes Phases 1 and 2, with hopes of embarking on Phase 3, now renamed District Safe, a proposal that does not meet the goals that the Commission specified. This project is phenomenally expensive and will, over time, disproportionately affect low and moderate income households that can't afford to electrify. Moreover, continued commitment to Project Pipes locks the city into fossil fuels for decades into the future. In conclusion, the Commission should terminate the accelerated pipe replacement program and focus on measures such as reducing methane emissions through regular repair and replacement operations that reduce dangerous leaks and contribute to our climate goals. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses on this panel for your testimony and encourage those who have not yet done so to provide their testimony in writing. It was some really good testimony. I like the specific questions I think that some have directed to the committee with respect to our oversight of the Public Service Commission. As you all know, they'll be joining us on Friday for performance oversight hearings, and there'll be an opportunity for them to respond to some of those questions and concerns. I think one of the witnesses noted that nobody from the PSC was present. Usually they listen and watch online and should be prepared, as I said in my opening statement, with every agency that we have oversight of. They should be watching and listening and be prepared to answer questions that are being raised by residents during these oversight hearings. So I appreciate all the witnesses who testified about the Public Service Commission. We're going to move on to our next agency and public witnesses for the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Before we do so, though, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute recess and come back at 1 p.m. So we're going to recess and come back at 1 p.m. We're going to reconvene this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. We left off with our public witnesses testifying on the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DMPED, which supports the executive by developing and executing the district's economic development vision. It sets development priorities and policies, coordinates how the district recruits job creators, and leads the district's development, attraction, and retention efforts. I should have said we were reconvening at 1 p.m. It is now 1:02 p.m., and we're going to hear from our witnesses who are testifying in person first. I'll make a call for them. And I also want to for planning purposes, let our witnesses know that we have another hearing from a different committee that is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m., so approximately 1:45. If there are any remaining witnesses, we're going to transition the committee to virtual, just as an FYI. Eric Bennett, Erica Waddington, I'm sorry, Erica. Allison Powers, Ivy Armstrong is not, Ivy Armstrong is present, okay. You all can come up. Bennett, Erica Waddington, Allison Powers, and Ivy Armstrong. And good afternoon to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person. I appreciate your patience. I know some of you all have been here for a little while now. We're going to begin with Eric Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and the general public. Good afternoon. I rise today to speak in opposition to the upcoming CVS closure off Bladensburg Road Northeast scheduled for February 11th. My name is Eric Bennett, and I am a Ward 7 resident, formerly Ward 6. I've shopped at this CVS since 2018, and like so many other folks in the community, the CVS has delivered life-saving care for over 2 decades. I immediately became confused about the reasoning for this CVS's closure. They've invested money in this location. They've even recently installed new cameras in the store, in addition to the camera monitoring station in the parking lot. I felt compelled to call the CVS corporate offices last week and this week to submit my inquiries about this location and why it was closing. They attributed it to, quote, changing foot patterns and realignment, even though nearly 70% of their revenue is made from selling prescriptions. I pleaded with the CVS corporate representative to reconsider closure and provided strong counter arguments as to why it should stay open. This CVS is strategically located at an essential transportation corridor in the city, literally 5 minutes from the future renovated RFK Stadium, which is going to transform this part of the city and the broader DC community. It's right next to a major streetcar stop where folks are positioned to grab their CVS prescriptions, get back on the streetcar, and go. This CVS location is also located right next to senior housing complexes that serve the elderly, including the disabled. Imagine what they are feeling, knowing that their medicine is going to be further out of reach, chipping away at their hope that life continues to resemble some sort of convenience during these turbulent times. A substantial portion of that senior population will have to pay to travel to get their medicine at the CVS location on H Street, which is in an entirely different ward. There also isn't any parking over there. The Safeway can't handle pharmacy traffic at Heckinger Mall, and the nature of parking enforcement by the H Street CVS is relentless. The same massive resources we put into speed cameras, stop sign sensors, and parking enforcement should be mirrored in our city services. The revenue from these enforcement mechanisms should go towards infrastructure, both human and physical. I'm very happy about the stadium and the prospects of the Washington Commanders coming back to DC. It's a good thing and we should celebrate that. At the same time, I'm concerned about the message it sends that this CVS closure and CVS's closure all around the city when communities continue to experience disparate healthcare outcomes, particularly the Black community where these closures are hitting some wards the hardest. I've seen a lot of life driving down Benning Road. Folks are struggling. They need healthcare and drug rehabilitation and mental health services. You don't have to look far to know what I'm talking about. If I can get 30 additional seconds, sir, that would be appreciated.
Actually, I'm gonna have to cut you short. I'll give around after we get through everybody.
Okay.
You've been here for a while, so I'll make sure that I catch you on the other end. But I want to
Okay.
give everybody the opportunity to have their 3 minutes,
Okay.
if you don't
Thank
mind, because we have a
Yep.
lot of witnesses. So
Yep.
I'm gonna turn next to Erica Wadlington. See you.
Good afternoon, sir. Chairman McDuffie and staff. I'm Erica Watlington with DCBIA. I'm also a Ward 5 resident. And I have a longer testimony I've submitted in writing, but will highlight a few issues today. First, on DMPED, DCBIA commends the agency for its steadfast commitment to advancing economic development throughout DC and for its proactive and collaborative approach to implementing key initiatives. The HID tax abatement and the Vitality Fund have been instrumental in spurring investment, encouraging both production of affordable and market rate housing, and supporting small businesses, ultimately creating jobs for DC residents and strengthening our commercial corridors. DMPED's engagement with the industry has been invaluable, as staff have worked diligently to ensure these programs are effectively administered, aligned with the district's economic goals. Their openness to industry input and their willingness to refine and enhance initiatives, such as the newly launched Office to Anything program, demonstrates a strong partnership with stakeholders and a shared commitment to fostering sustainable growth. DCBIA appreciates how these initiatives have come out of discussions with our members, your office, and the agency to bring programs to fruition, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with the committee on these policies. Our industry does continue to face complex challenges as we work to deliver sustainable, inclusive projects. There have been numerous regulatory requirements placed on developers. While well-intentioned, some of the requirements are inadvertently pushing developers and investors away from DC. Notably, we would like to work with the council and the administration on economic development focused housing amendments, which include some tweaks to the TOPA law to preserve naturally affordable and naturally occurring housing, while making sure equity investors in new buildings can easily invest in the development and withdraw from the corporate structure in a timely manner, among many other things. But now turning to the OCFO, another agency under your purview, we recognize that this agency has a critical role in maintaining the district's financial foundation. One suggestion we have that does require legislative action would be to change the time of the tax classifications for properties that are changing from commercial use to residential use sooner in the process. Today, housing conversions must obtain a new certificate of occupancy before obtaining an updated tax classification for their new use, something they have not had to do before this new fiscal year. But DCBIA does appreciate the OCFO's openness to hearing our industry on this issue. Additionally, we've been raising the urgent need for that statutory clarity with the administration, DMPED, and look forward to working for a solution with the DC Council on this matter. Finally, we ask that the committee investigate some statistical data with RIPTAC regarding appeals. Our members have highlighted that unless an assessor provides a recommendation, appeals are exceedingly and alarmingly unsuccessful, despite the standard of proof being met. Collaboration between associations like ours and district agencies have been proven invaluable for all 8 wards, and we stand ready to work with DMPED, OCFO, and the agencies under your purview. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Allison Powers. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Powers, Director of Economic Opportunities at Capital Impact Partners. It's an honor to be here testifying today as a DC resident and native. Capital Impact Partners, part of the Momentous Capital family, is a nonprofit organization and a community development financial institution that's deployed over $24 billion across the country. We're a national organization, but have a long history of providing financing and implementing programs in the DC area. In May of 2021, Capital Impact was selected to manage the Nourish DC Collaborative, a partnership of technical assistance and lending organizations, including the Washington Area Community Investment Fund, or WACIF, the Latino Economic Development Center, or LEDC, City First Enterprises, Dreaming Out Loud, and Eats Place. The goal of Nourish DC is to foster an inclusive food system that provides access to healthy, affordable food with a focus on locally owned businesses in wards 5, 7, and 8. The impact of this program is both food access, but also economic development and quality jobs. In 2021, DEMPEN provided an initial $1 million award for 1 year of programming and an additional $3.4 million award in 2022 that has been highly catalytic. The Nourish DC partners strongly support continued funding for Nourish DC. Currently, there is no funding in the proposed budget. This would have a huge impact on our collective ability to provide continuity of programming and support for food entrepreneurs through technical assistance, financing, and grants. We are requesting $1 million annually in the budget to continue programming and be able to attract private funding. This $4.5 million investment from the district has allowed us to leverage $3.2 million in private funding and deploy over $20 million to local district food businesses, the vast majority in wards 5, 7, and 8. Over the past 3 years, we have deployed over $18.5 million in financing, provided $900,000 in grants to food businesses in supermarket tax incentive areas, deployed an additional $1 million in grants funded by the Morningstar Foundation for cold storage infrastructure, provided TA to over 1,100 food businesses, created or retained over 630 jobs, and reached almost 4,000 community members through events. As the city grows and changes, having locally owned businesses that hire from the community and have a voice in local development is more important than ever. On the main 2 blocks of Historic and Anacostia alone, we have provided a grant or a loan to 7 locally owned businesses. Nourish DC also increases entrepreneurs' business acumen and capital readiness for district programs such as the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund and the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. Nourish partners have strong relationships with the city as well as food businesses and can be a funnel or referral network for these programs. Nourish DC's products and services focus on small businesses that have encountered historical barriers to accessing technical assistance and capital. Current challenges such as high interest rates and inflation are making programs like this increasingly more important as funding like the Food Access Fund decreases. We have submitted written testimony along with several program partners and locally owned food businesses that have benefited from Nourish DC. So I hope you will take that into account. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Mr. McDuffie and council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here. Really grateful to be following Allison because I am among the food businesses that have really benefited from the Nourish DC collective. So I don't have to go so far in depth about how awesome this program is. I can talk a little bit more about my organization. My name is Ivy Armstrong. I am a DC native. I'm a 3rd generation DC native, and I reside in Ward 7. Our product is called Fight Juice. It's meant to fight and prevent illness with raw veggies and fruit. And we produce our product in Ward 5. I donate this juice to schools in Wards 7 and 8 because that is really our mission, is to nourish people in underserved communities, especially children. I'm really proud of the work that we do with DC schools and organizations like Maya Angelou Public Charter School in Ward 7, Savoy Elementary in Ward 8, the Academy of Hope schools in Wards 5 and 8, as well as Latin American Youth Center, Building Bridges, the 11th Street DC Bridge Park, just to name a few. Our presence at farmers markets allows us to source almost entirely local produce for our product. And I'm proud that that builds a circle of support between local farms, DC consumers, and school children. So as I said, I'm here to advocate for the continued funding of the Nourish DC Collaborative, as it has been instrumental in helping Fight Juice grow through both grants and technical assistance. I think it's kind of obvious the things that how businesses benefit from grants, but I really want to highlight the technical assistance portion that the DC Nourish Collective provides. I'm really a creative mind, and food, health, community, those are my strong suits. Spreadsheets, not so much. So this is something that's really been just instrumental in helping us grow the technical assistance. After receiving a grant from Nourish DC, we were able to grow our business from just farmers markets to supplying a few schools with juice. And so we're looking to continue to grow in that area. There is currently no funding allocated in the proposed budget for Nourish DC, and this would have an unfortunate impact on businesses like mine to receive programming support, including technical assistance, financing, and grants. And I just want to highlight really quickly that this is really not, I think, the time to divest in local food. Right? We're looking at increased food recalls across the country, as well as high food insecurity. So I think that it would be unfortunate to divest from programs like this. Thanks for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your time and your testimony. I really appreciate it. I want to go back to Eric Bennett. I know I cut you a little short. You wanted to summarize. I'll give you an additional 30 seconds to do that.
I appreciate this is probably the most important part of my remarks, but I went on to say that I've seen a lot of life driving down Benning Road. Folks are struggling. They need health care. They need drug rehabilitation. They need mental health care services. You don't have to look far to know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of vacant spaces in Heckinger Mall. We can find another spot for a pharmacy. There just needs to be a will and commitment. We should also provide alternative healthcare options. I recently learned that there is only one medical marijuana dispensary in Ward 5 and none in Ward 7. And there's only one in Ward 8, Anacostia Organics, Black-owned. I met the owner. She's very nice. But it is my sincere hope that we can continue to expand healthcare options for this community, which so desperately needs it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I'm very familiar with the CVS that you're referring to. If you're talking about the one at the intersection of Benning and Bladensburg Road, right across from Heckinger Mall.
Yes.
I represent Ward 5 on this council for over a decade and have visited that CVS on a number of occasions. And I'm disappointed to hear about its imminent closure. And I've already instructed my office to communicate with them to better understand why this is happening.
Yeah, they didn't have a good answer when I called.
Yeah, we'll get an answer.
Okay.
And we'll make sure, if you could stay in communication with the committee, we'd like to be able to share the response that we get from CVS directly with you and any other impacted constituents. So we'll work with Councilmember Zachary Parker to really better understand what, if any, challenges they're facing and why they've made the business decision that they've made.
Yeah.
Okay. But thank you for the testimony. I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
And
Mr.
also
Chairman.
around Nourish DC, I don't have to restate what you all so eloquently stated about the importance of that program and that funding. And it is something that we are going to be communicating directly with the executive, both doing oversight at DMPED, but also directly as I interact with the mayor around budget priorities. It is one of the things that I will identify in hopes that she will prioritize that in the budget that she formulates and submits to the council for fiscal years 2026 and the 4-year financial plan. So I appreciate you all's testimony. Appreciate what you all are doing. I have not yet had the opportunity to enjoy some fight juice, but I'm going to find the farmer market. Which farmers markets are you at? You want to hit the mic?
We're at DuPont Circle.
Okay.
We're also at the Nationals Ballpark Farmers Market.
Oh, okay.
We do some markets in Virginia, Old Town, Arlington. We're also at Bethesda, and I think one or two.
Well, it sounds great. Sounds like
forgotten.
things are going in the right
Yeah.
direction, but it sounds
They
like
are.
Nourish
Thanks
DC
also too,
Yeah.
in large part to the grant assistance
Yeah.
and technical assistance as well. It's really been, I can't say enough.
How long have you all been around?
6 years.
6 years. Okay.
Mhm.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you each for your testimony. And Erica Warlington, I believe you already submitted your written testimony, correct? The
Yes.
TOPA issue is a really important issue, albeit a controversial one. But it is one that I think needs to be on the table and discussed. And I think, modify with an eye towards keeping people in housing, but also welcoming the types of capital investments that allow us to really build affordable housing across incomes, to keep residents in the District of Columbia, but also to welcome some new residents into our city too. And so I appreciate you raising this. Have you talked to the folks at the Deputy Mayor's office or anybody else about this? And if so, what response have you gotten so far?
Yes, sir. I think the sentiment is the same between both industry, the executive, and like council members too, that there needs to be a balance struck. I think our goal is to, like I said in my testimony, make sure that we protect the naturally occurring affordable housing, but then also create that balance so that we have an avenue for the investment that wants to come in for your larger market rate, newer buildings that can come in throughout their structure of their corporate structure. So it's a creative balance that small, tweaks can help. And so we've just trying to figure out how we can work collaboratively with both the council, the
Have you
administration.
gotten any response from the executive about whether or not they have any plans to try to address this?
That's a great conversation that we're still exploring.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, keep the committee informed about how those discussions are going and what direction they're headed. We certainly want to stay engaged around that. So thank you each for your testimony. We have another in-person panel before we turn to our virtual witnesses. Edna Timiner, I don't want to butcher your name if you're present. Taminer, okay, perfect. Thank you for joining us in person. William Jordan, I saw, here he is. Come on up. Robin Diner is here. And I think that's all I'm sorry. Nadia Salazar-Sandy is also here. You can come on up and fill out this panel perfectly with final four in-person witnesses before we turn to our virtual witnesses, and we'll begin this panel from my right and your left. Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Edna Boone, and I'm a member of St. Mark's Episcopal Church, part of the Washington Faith Network, WIN. WIN represents 45 institutions across all 8 wards, advocating for justice based on deep community listening. Today, I want to highlight 3 priorities: public lands, project pipes, and a more equitable tax system. Starting with public lands, 3 years ago, WIN gathered over 600 DC residents to demand affordability at Reservation 13, the 67 acres south of RFK. We called for housing that was deeply affordable, 1/3 middle income and 1/3 market rate, including home ownership opportunities for low-income families. Developers were selected and pre-development began, but today much of that site remains empty with no clear timeline. So we are asking for transparency and more meaningful involvement in the next steps on this work. Second, project pipes. WIN's green housing team detected over 400 methane leaks across all 8 wards. 4 leaks were surrounding our church. Instead of pouring more money into outdated infrastructure, we need to invest in electrification. Washington Gas is asking for a 43% budget increase for project pipes, a program that's been running off taxpayer dollars, yet leaks remain widespread. There was over 1,200 leaks in 2023, with 87% of those deemed hazardous. That money should go towards clean, affordable energy, not a prolonged failing system. We urge the committee to direct the Public Service Commission to prioritize electrification and renewable energy infrastructure over gas pipe replacement. And then lastly, a fair tax system. WIN supports the All In DC campaign to make our tax system more equitable across all DC folks. We ask for expanding the DC child tax credit and increasing taxes on capital gains. As federal funding declines, the DC Council must step up and protect vulnerable residents and invest in our economic security. The wealthiest households should contribute more to ensure strong programs that benefit all DC communities. We have an opportunity to build a more just, sustainable, and equitable DC, and I urge the committee to act boldly. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. William Jordan.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan, a resident of Columbia Heights in Ward 1. Over the last 20 plus years, I've come before this council to testify about three main issues: the Columbia Heights 14th Street business corridor and public realm, equity and support for Park Morton residents as they go through their new communities process, and the health and equitable development of Ward 1's Lower Georgia Avenue. I judge the impacts of individuals, agencies, performances based on the outcomes of these areas and what really happens on the ground. I don't really care about glossy brochures. I walk the street, and that's what I draw my conclusions. From a positive aspect, I first want to go first to DSLBD and give Director Suggs Evans a pat on the back. I mean, she has responded to some of the things on the 14th Street corridor and on Georgia Avenue. She's come out in person, she's listened, she's looked at resources. I mean, I can't say we solved a whole lot, but that's how I can work. I can work with someone like that. And I think that should be noted. And I think that resources need to go to her and her agency, because if I can work, believe me, if I can work with them, we can get some stuff done. I also wanted to give a shout out to Career Path and the Columbia Heights Clean Team. They're the only thing that functions in Ward 1. That's it. All the money that goes to all these organizations need to go to the Clean Team, and we'll get it done, and that corridor will be self-sustaining. So make sure Charlie and his team are taken care of. Now I go to what I call, Lord help us, I can't get no satisfaction. Let's start with DNPED. The deputy mayor is AWOL in the areas that I'm talking about. When she first came on, I went down and they were talking about downtown. She had her staff reach out to me, said, give me a call. I called and called and called and called and called. No response. We met with your office on the Park Morton issue. We were told DNPED would get back to us to talk about the equity, particularly home ownership and some of the things. Never happened. AWOL, I would just say, I've given up on DNPED, and that is something I've worked with DNPED over the years. This is the first time I've ever really given up. I came here last year and told you all defund district bridges, especially on 14th Street. They got a vending grant and screwed that up. They are a plague. They need to go. They need to be defunded. And I can't say anything positive about their work. Finally, small, we need to do something. The tax system is killing small businesses and harassing small businesses about property taxes and liens and graffiti is all that stuff.
We are familiar with some of we've interacted with a number of businesses actually along Georgia Avenue, probably some of those same ones that you've interacted with around those challenges. And I'd love to explore that more with you too.
I'm gonna quickly call attention to the report we submitted, Black and Blue.
Time has expired, though,
Okay.
Mr. Jordan.
All right.
And we're on the time limit because we have a committee hearing coming in right after. So I want to turn to our next witness, Robin Diner. Thanks for joining us in person. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It's nice to be, I haven't been in this building since COVID. And it's nice to be with our public representatives who understand public service, unlike some things that are going on in this country at this time. So as you know, I'm the director of the Library Renaissance Project. So why am I here today? 2 proposed new libraries would involve giving away the public land in order to build housing. One at 1617 U Street and one in Chevy Chase. The situations are different, but both would sacrifice a public ownership, control, and city income for private profiteering. 1617 U Street, historically urban neighborhood with multiple transportation options, 15-minute walk from downtown. The property is surrounded on all sides by historic districts. It has existing public services for firehouse and a police station. The residents there want to see housing incorporated, but want it to be truly affordable and for it to remain publicly owned. If we build it ourselves on the social housing model with all units at 30% of income, we could get the same amount of affordable housing, truly affordable, as required by law for a 13-story building such as is proposed there, because 20 to 30% per your legislation, council member, would have to be affordable because it was public land. Unfortunately, according to a recent auditor's report, inclusionary zoning, which is what would govern the development, does not work. By building just affordable housing there, social housing, and redeveloping the public facilities, and with possibly a library, although it's not clear the DC Public Library wants a library there. That was put forward by the council member of Ward 1. We can honor and enhance the historic districts that fully surround the lot if we just build affordable the amount that would have been in a 13-story building. Most importantly, keeping the rents low or affordable, as we call them, will be a bulwark against future gentrification in this very special neighborhood. Finally, 1617U, I have to say, the council member Brianne Nadeau, whose district this is, with whom I have tried repeatedly and reasonably, although I'm raising my voice now, reasonably to engage, refuses to meet with us. She invokes some process that makes it impossible to meet with her constituents. I do not understand what that is. So, number 2, in Chevy Chase, much more suburban location with far fewer transportation options, where according to an ANC produced survey, the residents do not want housing on the site. The library and, oh boy, okay. I just want to say one thing. The people, what are we supposed to do? Hire architects? Hire financial advisors to explain the situation? I feel like we have no voice with DEMPED. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn to our next witness. Thanks for joining us in person.
Hi, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nadia Salazar-Sandy, and I serve as the Senior Campaigns Manager at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute and Coalition Coordinator for Just Recovery for DC Coalition, also known as the All In for DC campaign. Just Recovery for DC uses the power of progressive tax to address the racial inequity that our Black and Brown communities face in the district. In 2021, JRDC scored a big win for racial equity and economic justice in DC when the council voted to raise taxes on DC residents who earn more than $250,000 of taxable income a year. Lawmakers asked people who make $350,000 to pay the equivalent of 2 lattes a week, for example. DC invested that money back into our communities by committing to expand the EITC to fully match the federal EITC. It also paid for housing for about 2,400 families who were in stability. It also raised salaries for 4,000 of our DC's early childhood educators, who are mostly Black and Brown women. The tax measure that DC's tax system more equitable, to make it more equitable, we need to make a change. Bringing additional justice to the DC tax code and targeting collective resources to communities in need will boost safety and security for DC's most vulnerable residents, especially as the federal government is poised to slash programs that help DC residents meet their basic needs. The DC Council must rise to the occasion by protecting the most vulnerable residents, fortifying local programs that provide economic security, and it can do its part by taxing DC's concentrated wealth by using JRDC's platform as a guide. We have presented many ideas, from raising tax rate of capital gains, which overwhelmingly flow to the 1%, to the top 1%, raising taxes on income over $500,000, specifically rates for incomes over 1 million, increasing taxes on homes valued over 1.5 million, so expanding what the council did in residential property last year with increasing the taxes for homes valued over 2.5 million, and instituting the business activity tax, which Erica Williams spoke in great length. Obviously, we're in huge support of expanding the DC child tax credit. As you all know, children under 18 are still in need, right? Families that have children under 18, their needs don't change. And expanding and automating Schedule H, so low and moderate income homeowners and renters can better afford to stay here in DC. Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee, the Just Recovery DC campaign urged the DC Council to work with us and seek solutions to bring justice to our communities, because tax justice is in fact racial justice. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I believe you've submitted it in writing
That's
already?
correct.
If anybody on the panel has not yet done so, I'd encourage you to submit your testimony in writing. And we'll make sure we follow up both in the oversight with DMPED around 1617 U Street to get some clarity in their response on that. And then also follow up with DMPED and oversight about the lack of responsiveness around Park Morton and just the engagement around the corridor along Georgia Avenue, Ward 1. And are you trying to have a meeting? What is it that you're saying that, Nina, you say you've given up on DMPED? What is it that Deputy Mayor Albert?
Well, I mean, the initial came from.
And I need you to be really brief because I got to.
No, it was originally from her testimony. I mean, basically, what I'm saying is our corridor is worth reinvesting in, right? We had the TIF for the DC USA.
Yeah.
We paid it off for 5 years. $57 million, 5 years. I think that's the only time in the district a TIF has been paid off that fast. That came from the energy of our community. Instead, we've been doing whatever.
Okay. All right. No, but we'll obviously raise this, and I'm sure they have somebody who's monitoring this hearing. So I appreciate you all coming down to provide testimony. We have one more in-person witness, and then we'll turn to our virtual witnesses. Rondell Jordan is here in person. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us in person. If you can have a seat, you'll have 3 minutes. If I can ask the other witnesses, if you all don't mind, the camera's going to pick you up if y'all don't mind. Thank you. If you press the button on the bit, there you go.
Hello? All right, Ben. Well, firstly, thank y'all. I was supposed to be virtual. I appreciate the accommodation. Good afternoon and happy Black History Month, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Rondell Magic Jordan. I'm a resident of Ward 2 and a participant in the city's inclusionary zoning program. And I'm here today with a simple message. Stop selling out our city. Stop handing over our homes, our neighborhoods, and our future to developers, landlords, and billionaires, while the people who built this city are displaced, priced out, and erased. DC does not simply have a housing crisis. We have a crisis of, we have a crisis of priorities. And right now, this government's priority is profit over people. As others before me have noted, DC is the most financially unequal place in the country. We have the highest Black-white wealth gap in the country, among the highest Black-white poverty disparity rates. And Black residents are nearly 5 times more likely to be unemployed compared to their white counterparts. Instead of confronting this glaring economic crisis, the city has doubled down on policies that push working class Black people out. The inclusionary zoning program, touted as a solution to housing affordability, has been nothing but a smokescreen for gentrification. RZ has done more to fuel displacement of Black residents than to stop it. And yet nowhere in the city's Auditor General report do we see an honest assessment of race, of who this program truly serves, of who is being left behind. This is not an accident, it is a strategy. Let me be clear, the district's flagship affordable housing program amounts to nothing more than a modern day redlining. Instead of red lines on a map, we now have affordability requirements rigged to exclude Black residents. Instead of denying loans, we deny access to housing by setting income thresholds that lock out the very people most in need. And the city is not solving the housing crisis. It is cleansing the city of poor and working class Black residents in the name of economic development. And while Black working class residents are being priced out, The city has given away billions to billionaires. A few years ago, we spent $135 million on the National Stadium. Last year, $515 million on renovating the Capital One Arena. And now the city is expected to spend over $500 million on a new stadium for the Washington Commanders. That's over $1 billion in corporate welfare, while homelessness in DC has risen by more than 14% in just the last year. What does that say about our priorities when billionaires get public handouts while thousands of residents struggle to keep a roof over their heads? How are we any different than the newest resident of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest? We're told there's no money to build truly affordable housing, no money to keep longtime residents in place, no money to stop the displacement crisis that is devastating Black communities. But when billionaires come knocking, suddenly the checkbook is wide open. This isn't just negligence, it's betrayal. We are subsidizing our own destruction. We are paying for our own execution. This must stop. No more excuses, no more lies. Stop selling out our city. Thank you, Councilman.
And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Jordan. That's our last in-person witness, and so we're gonna have to recess at this point, and we're gonna pick up at 1:50 p.m. with the remaining virtual witnesses. So please stand by. We just have to go online, and I will be virtual and joining you all at 1:50 p.m. So we're going to recess right now. It's 1:42 p.m. and we're going to reconvene at 1:50 p.m. Thank you. How much more you have? They want to do this from in the office, they leave the chamber. We're going to reconvene this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, where we left off with public witnesses testifying virtually on the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I want to thank all the witnesses for their patience. I thought I would be joining you all virtually, but they've got it all worked out here at the council. I want to thank our support staff for getting it all worked out for us and all the folks who are helping us online on cable. We're going to call, and I know some witnesses aren't available at this point, but I'd like to make a call anyway. Patrice Cunningham, Melody Webb, Maria Jackson, Yasmin Holmes, Gregory Adams, Rios Jasso, Moshe Pasternak, Abi Shakur, Meg McGuire, Andrea Chapman, Debbie Hanrahan, Barry Karras, Kerry Kemp, Arlene Feshkinich, Kadir Alameen, Samantha, last name is spelled Elghananayan, and Marcy Logan. We will begin, I think Maria Jackson appears to be online. If you can unmute yourself, turn on your video, you begin your testimony, you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can't see you though. Did you?
Oh, give me a second. I was trying to log in. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
No worries.
I was trying to log in. I just got here.
Well, you are logged in, so we can hear you. We just can't see you.
You want to see me? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. I just wanted to let you know, in case you wanted us to see you, that we cannot see you. But you don't have to turn on your video if you choose not to. Oh, we can see you now. Yep, there you go. All right. Well, good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Good morning, council members. My name is Maria Jackson, and I'm a representative of Mother's Outreach Network. I'm a mother of 4. I participate with Mother Outreach Networks and Mother Guarantee Income Program. I would like to share a story on how child tax credit is very important to continue and how it can improve and help other mothers. I would like to thank the committee also for passing the local child tax credit. I was fortunate to be able to testify many a times as advocate for that bill to be passed. Thank you, committee. Hold on. Trying to get to the next page. Exactly. Committee, I just have a couple of questions to ask you. Committee, I'm here to see how the committee are getting the message out to individuals who can get child tax credit. I'm curious how you all are going to get the message out to people that don't know that they can receive a child tax credit from under the age of 0 to 6 for their children. That's what I wanted to talk about. And I also received $500 from Mothers Up Guarantee Income Pilot Program and Share Horizons. I'm on SSI. I'm only able to do a couple of things with that money. That's buy meals, housing products, and pay 2 bills. I'm happy you passed the bill for the children under the age from the age 0 to 6. But how does that help our generation Alpha? Currently, 2010, because that's our next generation. for the older kids who does not get the money, and because they need to be kept off the streets so they won't get involved into anything and excel their education. I'm just wondering, how does that help? Because if these firms are already receiving money for SNAP and food stamps, benefits, y'all giving them more money on taxes. I'm not against it. Don't get me wrong, because I don't want to ask for it. But and y'all not helping the next generation. I'm asking you, how are you going to help the next generation? This is why, and not only that, I just don't want the money for guaranteed income, not because they have a case with CPS, just in general. Just in general, for people that need the money because they can't pay their bills sometimes. They need to help out people. I quote President Obama. He said he wanted more scientists, accountants. This is what he said out his own mouth. He wanted more. This money is the child secretary will help parents pay for education programs and the transportation. The challenge against this, sometimes people are afraid to file. Sometimes you can give them, the reason why people don't file their taxes is because they're scared that they get their tariffs taken away from them or cut. The other reason is they might owe taxes. The main is that, yeah, everything else is written down. I have one more thing to say, if you don't mind, Mr.
I don't mind. You can say it.
A suggestion. If y'all really would like to, if y'all really say y'all want to help people and y'all pass that bill, honestly, a lot of people don't know about it. Only reason why I know about it is because I helped press for the bill to get passed. Am I correct? Yes. But the best way I think that y'all can help get people receive their money for their newborns and the 6-year-olds is by putting it on the DC app. When you recertify for your food stamps, that's the best way to find out. You know why? Because we gotta go recertify on that app. And that's the first thing they're gonna get. The tax officers should work with DHS also, that so the correct parent can be refunded, because sometimes you giving the money to the wrong parent that's actually not taking care of their child. You understand where I'm coming from?
I do. I appreciate that.
And I like to thank y'all for letting me talk and listen. I hope you have a nice day. If you have any other questions, please ask me.
No, I appreciate you waiting patiently to testify. It's been, I know, a long day for a lot of folks who've signed up to testify. So it's very important that I thank you for your time and your testimony. I think you know, because you've testified before this committee on more than a few occasions, and I really appreciate you referencing, strong mothers, strong families, the child tax credit, and really just the impact that those programs have on residents of the District of Columbia. You know as well as I do that we work with Melody Webb, Mothers Outreach Network, and other stakeholders to put that guaranteed basic income program in the budget a few years ago.
Yes.
It has gotten the support from the executive, and I think it's a testament to your advocacy and your testimony and others like you, really emphasizing with this council and the executive how important those programs are to support residents across the District of Columbia. So I really thank you for your testimony and the time you've taken to share that with us.
Yes, because honestly, I do understand where y'all coming from with giving the money to the emphasis on the six, but y'all gotta think about this generation that's coming up right now. What is happening with what are they doing? This is a generation that we have to rely on.
I understand, though, and I know, and it's not a panacea, it doesn't solve everything, but I think you might be familiar with the Child Wealth Building Act that we passed some years ago. We call it baby bonds for short. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it would provide trust funds and accounts for young people, babies born in the District of Columbia until a cycle of poverty in most instances,
No, I'm not.
whose families meet certain income thresholds, namely Medicaid eligible, and it would put money in an interest-bearing account that the child would receive upon turning 18 years old, and they can use it for wealth building activities like, going to college or taking up a trade, down payment on a home, or starting a small business, investing in themselves in ways that other wealthy families have done for generations. And so it's a very important program. We've had to fight. I've had to fight. My staff has had to fight to keep that program funded because it doesn't mature for 18 years. And I think some people don't see the same value in it, despite the research that shows.
I see the value in it. I wish I would have known about it because my children, one is about to be 20, one is about to be 18, and one is 13 now. And I've been trying to save up, but they be asking for money. I have to pay for trips. I have to pay for them to get food. What? One play soccer, one play soccer, one track and cheerleading. That's a whole lot of money I'm spending.
You trust me, I have two who play sports, and one played club soccer and basketball. The other played club soccer and basketball and volleyball. And it is a lot of money, to use your words. It just is. And, I know there are a lot of parents out there whose kids aren't afforded those same opportunities because their priorities don't allow them to really have money set aside to support them in those types of activities. I will tell you, I'm also, working with Events DC and other District of Columbia agencies, Steny Freeman over at DPR, as well as DC SAA, to try to expand the opportunities for young folks to engage in sport at an early age. And so I really appreciate you all testifying and hitting on a number of important points. And so I really appreciate you taking the time to provide that testimony, Mrs. Jackson. So thank you.
Thank you. I've been on here for a while. I listened to everybody's testimony, and it was wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to stay on here and listen.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Our next public witness who signed up to testify virtually is Yasmin Holmes. Good afternoon to you. I want to thank you also for your patience. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Good afternoon, Councilman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Yasmin A. Holmes, and I'm a single mother with 5 children aged 5 and under. I was born in Washington, D.C. I live in Ward 8, and I grew up in the foster care system. First, I want to thank you and the entire DC Council for passing the local child tax credit program. I was part of a team of moms who testified and came to the Wilson building to push to get the program passed into law. I represent Mothers Outreach Network today. I am a Mom Empire Advocate fellow, and I am also in the Mothers Outreach Network Mothers Up Guaranteed Income program. This pilot is a private program that provides me with extra income with no strings attached. My family needs. For 3 years, unfortunately, the program will come to an end for me in another year and a half. I want the city to create more permanent programs like this one, the new child tax credit program, and the Strong Family, Strong Future programs. I have suggestions that helps make sure parents who are eligible for the child tax credit can receive their cash next year when they file for their taxes. And some people have never filed before. I am worried that people won't learn about it. If it's not advertised or if it's not in any existing program, you won't know about it. You won't know about it from a case manager. I believe that caseworkers who work with moms who receive TANF housing or SNAP should provide pamphlets and flyers about the child tax credit. When I sign up for WIC, they always tell me about different farmer markets and advertising and things of that nature. This is how case managers can help spread the word. Groups that are trusted should be allowed to distribute the information. Accurate information about whether people will lose their benefits needs to be shared. Housing won't increase your rent if you get a tax credit, and people need to be told this. Finally, the Strong Family, Strong Future programs is currently not available to moms across the city, so I would like to see it available to most in all wards. Thank you for your time. I will be happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Really appreciate it, Ms. Holmes. I'm going to turn next to Gregory Adams. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilman McDuffie. In 30 hours of hearings before the Office of Zoning, I served as a party representative of Black neighbors of 1617 U Street Northwest, public land that currently houses the 3rd District Police Station and Engine 9 Fire Station. DMPED has recommended that this public land be upzoned and given over to private development. That recommendation was given along with assurances that this would increase the city's affordable housing in accordance with the city's comp plan. DMPED ignored the fact that the comp plan requires that a racial equity lens be used in planning to prevent harm to communities of color and to repair harm that has been done. DMPED made its recommendations with no outreach to Black residents, churches, businesses, or organizations that would be affected by its decision. DMPED also looked to the city's IZ program, a program created to further the housing element of the comp plan. However, the DC auditor's recent report on the failures of the IZ program means that DMPED is making planning decisions based on fundamentally flawed information. The consequences of this will be suffered by those most in danger of displacement and those most in need of truly affordable housing, such as social housing. DMPED is in need of your committee's oversight more than ever, and I thank you for providing it.
And I thank you for your testimony. We certainly will provide it. Our next witness is, I think it's Moshe Pasternak. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, okay. How about Rios Dasso?
I'm here.
Perfect. You can turn on your video and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Diana Rios Jasso. I'm the founder of Jarabe Gourmet Pops, a DC-based small batch manufacturing company that specializes in handcrafted Mexican ice cream. And I just wanted to take a moment to express my deep appreciation for the Nourish DC Collaborative and share how its support has helped me grow my business. As a small food entrepreneur navigating the complexities of scaling a business while maintaining quality and sustainability can be incredibly challenging. Nourish DC has provided me with invaluable technical assistance throughout the DC Nourish cohort, which gave me the tools, mentorship, and resources that I needed to refine my business operations, improve efficiency, and plan for sustainable growth. Through this program, I learned how to better manage production costs, optimize distribution, and explore financing opportunities, things that are essential for a small business, but are not always easy to access. The connections I made through the cohort and the expert guidance I received have given me the confidence and knowledge to take my business to the next level. The impact of Nourish DC goes beyond just financial assistance. It provides foundational business education, networking, and long-term support that food businesses like mine need to succeed. Without programs like this, many of us would struggle to overcome barriers of growth, especially as a small independent food producer. I strongly urge the council to continue funding Nourish DC, as it is a critical resource that empowers local entrepreneurs, strengthens DC's food ecosystem, and ensures that businesses like mine can thrive. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Is your product, what is your product again? Your business?
We're a small batch manufacturing company. We sell handcrafted Mexican ice cream known as paletas.
Okay, and is the ice cream in any local retailers or where can we find
Currently,
it?
we're at 3 local boutique stores, but mostly we're direct to consumer through farmers market channels.
Okay, which farmers markets?
We're in Mount Pleasant, H Street, Brooklyn, Half Street, and a couple other more.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much.
Is Abi Shakur available? You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, begin your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember. My name is Abby Shakur. I'm a Ward 1 resident, a DC native, community organizer with Jews United for Justice, and also a supporter of the All In for DC campaign. I'm asking you, Councilmember, to support taxing wealth by using All In for DC's proposals as a guide, which include taxing capital gains, raising taxes on incomes over 500,000, implementing a business activities tax, and more. All that so we can provide more vital support for the poor and working class residents of DC. It is painful to see our city prioritize corporate subsidies at the expense of what could go to protecting and uplifting our most vulnerable communities, especially as the district braces for assaults from the new federal administration on our city's values and resources. To defend DC against these attacks, DC Council must rise to the occasion by protecting the most vulnerable and fortifying local programs that provide economic security to people who need it, instead of continuing to sell out to big business. Council members must tax DC's concentrated wealth to raise revenue to support these needed investments in our community. While I understand the argument for efficiency in our government, I do not believe that cuts alone can meet the needs of our residents. Even if they were, relying on cuts to sustain and grow our social safety net would only limit our ability to adapt to changing needs by essentially prioritizing austerity over abundance. There is a deep well of wealth in this city that does not get equitably taxed, and there is a precedent for increasing taxes on that wealth. In 2021, DC Council raised income taxes on residents who earn more than $250,000 a year, funding transformative investments that benefited Black and Brown residents and women the most. These investments included expanding DC's earned income tax credit, creating housing for about 2,400 families and individuals experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity, and raising wages for more than 4,000 of the district's early childhood educators. The potential to serve our most vulnerable residents with added progressive revenue speaks very personally to me. I've been a community organizer in DC for the last 5 years, not just with Jews United for Justice, but with various groups that have created systems of support for working families and unhoused neighbors, essentially trying to fill the gaps left by our current system. When I lived in Ward 6 from 2021 to 2023, I had a friendship with an unhoused man named Larry. When I met him, he lived in a tent under 695, and I would chat with him almost every day on my way to work as a bartender. He was a DC native who occasionally battled with substance use issues. He had limited family connections, but he was a genuinely sweet man. He had many chronic health issues and often needed support, which I always provided when I could in the form of cooked meals, health supplies, simple conversation, or just a couple dollars. I remembered being so happy for him when he told me that he would be housed by one of DC's housing programs. I was relieved, but a number of months later, I found him on the street again, and he relayed to me how uncomfortable he was in the space that he was provided and how he could not stand to stay there due to the conditions of the folks he had to stay with. That was the last time I saw Larry until actually about 2 weeks ago. A former housemate of mine who also supported Larry told me that he had had a stroke and was in critical condition at MedStar Washington. She told me that Larry had no family or friends to visit him and asked if I could. I went to the ICU. I sat with him late at night for as long as I could. Knowing his love for DC, our culture, and his community, I played him some go-go music from my phone just to offer him some comfort, and I prayed it wouldn't bother the nurses. I didn't know what to say to Larry. I didn't know what to do, really beyond playing music. I still don't really know what to do for this man who I think has been failed by and has suffered so much due to the lack of resources that we could have provided for him. Larry is still in the hospital, and this moment now, I think, feels like the most I can do for him. To demand that you, council member, act to defend those who are vulnerable like him.
I hate to interrupt. I wanted to give you the opportunity to finish.
Thank you.
Very personal story, but.
And 10 seconds maybe. I think we can provide adequate support for people like Larry. We can tax wealth to fix these problems. Investments in our city's people or investments in the city itself. We can stop putting the burden of caring for our most vulnerable on the shoulders of people like me. That it's possible to tax wealth, but we must step up to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Andrea Chapman. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a community organizer at Empower DC. Part of our work includes organizing with DC residents to advance equitable, community-led development that prioritizes the housing needs of low-income Black and Brown households and prevents displacement. I will discuss the need for DMPED to do more to address DC's affordable housing crisis, prevent displacement, and advance racial equity. The mayor surpassed her goal of creating 36,000 new homes by 2025 and reports fulfilling 88% of the goal of creating 12,000 affordable units. But it is troubling that very little of the new affordable housing serves DC's lowest income families. Inclusionary zoning units exclude households earning below 60% AMI. The National Low Income Housing Coalition Gap report notes that DC has a deficit of over 33,000 housing units at or below 30% AMI for extremely low income families. The DMPED dashboard says DC produced only 1,762 housing units at the 30% AMI level since 2015. Meanwhile, the loss of low-income units through public housing demolition and rising rents contributes to displacement. As OP begins the rewrite of the 20-year comprehensive plan, it is essential that DMPED and OP develop an anti-displacement strategy as required by the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Amendment H-2.1.1. This strategy includes conducting racial equity analyses to determine policies and causes of inequities, as well as target areas at risk of displacement. I provide more detail in my written testimony, but according to the Gap report, most low and moderate income DC renters are cost burdened, spending between 30 and 50% of their income on housing. Housing costs are also contributing to increased evictions. Our legal service partners report that evictions are at a 10-year high. 2,678 evictions for non-payment of rent cases were scheduled through last October. Over half of those were executed. Public land is a critical resource to create deeply affordable housing we need. As you heard in 2023, OP and DMPED, the agencies responsible for developing this anti-displacement strategy, proposed to upzone the public land at 1617 U Street to MU10. This proposal was approved by the Zoning Commission and facilitated high-density, expensive housing in an area that has seen a steady decline in the Black population to only 5% today and is largely unaffordable for DC's lowest income families. As Gregory Adams mentioned, the comprehensive plan update in 2021 requires racial equity lens in planning and zoning. The Zoning Commission racial equity tool requires engagement with impacted communities, but with 1617 U Street, OP and DMPED did the bare minimum, and there was no outreach to neighboring Black residents most vulnerable to displacement. We urge the council to set specific community engagement standards for DC agencies and the public so residents know about planning efforts and can advocate for their interests. While we appreciate Councilmember McDuffie's efforts to secure requirements that 20 to 30% of housing units on public land be affordable, when the council considers surplus disposition for 1617 U and other public sites, we urge you to retain the site and utilize it to pilot social housing. This will secure long-term affordability through public ownership and deliver 70% much-needed affordable units. In conclusion, we need a finalized anti-displacement strategy that prioritizes community-led equitable development and values preservation of public assets like 1617 U Street to meet public needs, including social housing projects. DC's lowest income residents can't wait any longer. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Debbie Hanrahan. Good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. You will have 3 minutes.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hooray to Andrea Chapman. Her testimony was terrific. And I'd like to associate my remarks with others, including Gregory Adams and Rondell Magic Jordan. And I'm going to skip some of my testimony because it'll be redundant. And I want to get down to the basic problem with housing. Where does the money come from? Nobody seems willing to want to raise it. They don't know where to get it. And I am suggesting that we learned with some shock that the city, which has no money for housing, suddenly has money for a football stadium, $2.5 billion football stadium to benefit a billionaire team owner. Now, how can that be? There's no money, but there is money. I found out from some questions that the football people will invest or try to create an independent authority that will allow them to float bonds. And so they will have the money, because the city doesn't have it, to contribute their portion of the construction of that behemoth, unnecessary football stadium. Now, I would like to say, at the very least, and I also want to say that we devoted hundreds of hours of time, as well as substantial money and other city resources, to the football stadium, to the promotion of the idea. Wouldn't it be remarkable if that same effort could be expended by Dumped to ameliorate our housing crisis? Which is the most pressing need, Mr. Chairman? I ask you. It's not even close. Why in the least can't we create an independent authority to finance our housing needs and not be dependent on private developers and their priorities for luxury housing? I'm a member of a group called Save DC Public Land, an organization that is opposed to the development of luxury housing on public land now occupied by a fire station and police station at 17th U and B Streets. We are going to have a luxury apartment building built. Now, because it's part of the IC program, which is a failed program, which is well documented by the DC Auditor's Office. Luxury housing in many neighborhoods does many bad things. It raises the cost of living by raising other rents, by bringing in expensive restaurants, by everything serves a richer clientele, and the people who are there have to adjust upwards their expenditures to keep up pace with it. I would also like to suggest, as the previous, as Andrea did, that we could easily raise the taxes on those in DC who make over $500,000 a year. We should be able to do this because multiple studies show that since the beginning of the COVID pandemic in 2020, the income of US billionaires and millionaires has increased by 40%. Further, this would be very worthwhile because the same studies show that DC has the highest percentage of the top 1% earners in the nation. So there you go. There's a huge amount of money that has been just sitting there. Anyway. Oh, okay.
Debbie, your time has expired.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Let me mention social housing, social housing, social housing. Andrea Chapman and Events DC and my organization, we all have found that social housing is wonderful because it welcomes all incomes, limits rent to 30% of one's incomes. It is not destabilizing. It does not displace residents. It does not spur gentrification, and it lowers the cost of living. It has downward pressures on the cost of living. So there you go. And thank you for the time, and thank you for the hearing.
And thank you for taking the time to provide testimony to the committee this afternoon and your patience and bearing with us until you had the opportunity to do so. So thank you.
You're the one who has the most patience.
Well, I'm actually getting paid to be here and I love my job. So this is not like work for me. This is a passion. So I appreciate folks who volunteer their time to wait and be patient and provide testimony like you just did.
Could I make one more suggestion?
You earned it.
Okay. The suggestion is, again, we're looking for money so that people can't say to us, but there's no money for housing, even though it's a major, major crisis. And that is, Events DC has a stream of revenue created many years ago to pay for their convention center. That was based on hotel rates that were, 3 times lower than they are now. And we have twice as many hotels now. It seems to me that part of that stream could be diverted to handle housing issues. Events DC does not have any emergency. This is an emergency, and we should fund it. And they have this money that comes in every month, very reliably. We don't know even how they spend it, but we need it.
We certainly know how they spend it, and we ask questions about that, and we have a annual comprehensive financial report that looks at Events DC as it does other agencies, and so we certainly know how they spend it. But I do appreciate the suggestion, and frankly, I think these are the types of things that we want to hear from our public witnesses, making suggestions around how we do things slightly differently if there are revenue sources, even if folks don't agree. I mean, I like the idea of being solutions oriented where
Yeah,
testimony
yeah.
is, so I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
we've got to find a solution.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you for your testimony. Our next witness is Barry Karras. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. No? Actually, our next witness is Barry Karras, not available. Carrie Kemp is available. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, members and staff. My name is Carrie Kemp, and I'm a longtime resident of the DuPont Circle neighborhood in Ward 2, and I've seen transformational changes in our city, both good and bad, in recent decades. My concern is that the hyper-financialized development model that's being employed by DemPed and Mayor Bowser and the city in general is neither creating nor preserving an adequate supply of housing that's affordable to existing and new working class or moderate income residents. And I'm also very concerned that lower income Black DC families are being increasingly displaced by gentrification. So I urge council members to exercise strong oversight and take other measures to address these problems. Many of the city's affordable housing initiatives are based on area median income or the functional equivalent of median family income. And the problem with that is that those measures rise annually and they're on a hockey stick curve upward. That undermines the affordability of housing from the outset, especially for the lowest income earners and families. The flagship IZ program, which became effective in 2009, exemplifies the problem with that and also has other problems. That it's the DC auditor in November 2024 identified a number of the failures of the IZ program and called for much stronger oversight of the DC Council. I mean, they're not doing things such as ensuring that the developers abide by the covenants that they sign when they get the permission to build their luxury buildings, bigger, taller luxury buildings in return for designating 8 to 20% of the units as affordable to DC households that make 50 to 60 or 80% of the MFI. I think that we need a whole new paradigm for creating affordable housing at scale. And I am one of the ones who also agrees that this council should consider social housing. That was recommended at the site at 1617 U and V, and I would urge the council to consider that. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Carrie Kemp. You were the final witness before the committee today, and I really appreciate all the witnesses, both virtual and in person, who signed up to testify before the Committee on Business and Economic Development today. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record, which we encourage, they may do so until Friday, March 7th at 5 p.m. Again, that date is Friday, March 7th. The time is 5 p.m. Submissions should be uploaded via the council's hearing management system on the council's website, which is dccouncil.gov. Our next performance oversight hearing will be on February 7th, 2025. There being no further business before the Committee on Business and Economic Development, the time is now 2:34 p.m., and this marks the end of today's hearing. It's adjourned.